carried on going for his shots, was attacking all the way through, and in the end got the job done. I thought that Stuart Bingham didn't start his semi-final very well yesterday, but he came through, made all those centuries. I think 4 in 5 frames. A great performance in the end from him.
Yes, Robertson 5 centuries, including that 147 and 2 140s. Bingham with 10 centuries this week. Incredible stuff.
That is incredible. He's a great builder, Stuart Bingham, as of course is Neil Robertson, and he's made that 147. So both players should approach this full of confidence, and really looking forward to it.
Let's have a quick look at how these two players measure up in their head-to-head. Bingham actually leads 7-4, but Robertson has won their last 2 meetings 6-0 and 5-0. That last one at the German Masters just a few weeks ago. So Bingham has lost his last 11 frames against Robertson. It could be a fascinating final, this, and the two players getting ready for their big moments in the spotlight. Let's hand you to Phil Seymour, our MC.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the ManbetX Welsh Open here at the Motorpoint Arena in Cardiff. This is the final. It's the best of 17 frames, and these fans are ready to meet the players. Introducing to you firstly a winner here 2 years ago. He's the reigning English Open champion, the 2015 champion of the world, Stuart Bingham. And his opponent, a 14-time ranking event winner, Welsh Open champion in 2007, the 2010 world champion. He is the Thunder from Down Under, Neil Robertson.
Yes, it's the world number 10 against the world number 12 in the Welsh Open final. Your commentators for this opening session are Darren Morgan and Willie Thorne.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. 2 of the best players in the world have got to this major final, the Welsh Open. Both players, as has already been discussed by Dominic and Ian in the studio, at the top of their game. Break building from both these players this week has been absolutely out of the top drawer. The customary handshake, the trophy they're playing for, the Ray Reardon Trophy. Ray, unfortunately, won't be with us tonight. I believe Terry Griffiths is going to make the presentation a little later.
Yeah, can you get a small...
What a thrill that'll be for Terry. And Ray Reardon, of course, one of the greatest Welsh players of all time.
The only one that's Stuart to call it. Okay.
And I've got another Welsh great player in the box with me this afternoon, Darren Morgan. Can you call this one down?
Just wait for Paul.
Well,
just wait for Paul, yeah.
As Dominic said, I think it's an hard one to call, really, isn't it? If you go off the last 2 results, you would have to say Neil Robertson would be heavy favourite. But major final, different day, different week. So it's going to be really interesting affair, this. And I think it's all about the start as well.
We'll start and we'll wait.
Yes, just waiting
okay.
for a towel to think to be brought out. There's another damp towel on Neil Robertson's side, but they're going to get the match underway.
I think, Will, it's going to be a close affair, this one.
Yeah, I'm going for 9-6 either way. I don't really know who I fancy. Obviously, you mentioned the 5-0 and 6-0. I don't think that'll be happening in this match. Bingham's playing too well. He seems to be very perturbed, the fact there's no towel or whatever, water on his table. He doesn't like the big bottles, obviously. I think this kind of shot is going to be key in this match. We know they're both in wonderful form. I think whoever wins the safety battles in this match is going to make a massive difference. Couldn't have played that any better at all, glued to the top cushion.
good opening pot. Stuart Bingham, nice kiss on the brown. Couple of shots he's played so far. Early on, he said very positively indeed.
Yeah, they called him Ballroom Bingham, don't they? That was a good reason why they should call him Ballroom. That was an unbelievable kiss. It's end of break by the kiss on the brown. Now has an excellent chance in this opening frame.
5.
You wouldn't expect him to talk about frame winning chances purely because it's the first frame, but just establish yourself. Just make your partner know or your opponent know that you're there. And you want to make a good start. 30 or 40 point break here would be great.
Six.
It's amazing how things have changed over the years, though. The entrance that both players had coming into the music and the full crowd would have stood on end for both players. Well, more for Neil than Stuart. He's joining me
30.
these days in the in the baldy department. But what a welcome they had as they came into the arena.
14.
Magnificent crowd here. They've been all week, to be fair. Usually when you have the likes of Trump and O'Sullivan losing pretty early, the crowd diminished quite somewhat, but this is the final. Two great players in the final.
21.
Can run round two cushions. He wants to finish almost straight on the black here, because you can see that red at the edge of the pack. Pot's in the same pocket as this red. That's very unlike Stuart. He's not missed one of those all week.
21.
Yes, he was a bit quick there, wasn't he? A bit of a fast delivery. He had a little look as if something had perturbed him.
Reminds me a little of the start he had yesterday in his match against Joe O'Connor. They couldn't pot a ball for the first two frames, either of them. And Stuart Bingham had 4 centuries in 5 frames.
Thanks, Neil. Thank you. 1.
Well, he's got second prize there. Didn't hit that very well, but he's got an angle on the blue just to be able to stun it into the yellow pocket and come off the side cushion for that one loose red. Obviously played to finish top side of the blue. They decided to play the yellow, swing it around 2 cushions or 3 cushions to still play for that loose red.
And how well did he hit that one? Didn't know back.
3.
He's cue in at full length. A real good strike.
4.
He's come a little bit straighter on this black than he'd have liked. He has got the one red to the left of the reds. He has got a little angle. He could maybe force. But it's a flat pack. So you'll have to be careful.
It's one of those, if you screw off them, you'll come back to where the white is now. That's the problem when you're playing a screw shot like that off the flat back pack, as we call it. The only possible chance you have is pushing away towards the middle. As you can see there, as it springs off the cue ball, off the pack. He has sprung one out, so he does have a potter in the middle. Good pot, needs another good break here into the reds. Perfect on the yellow or green. Personally, I think the green is the favourite to go into the right-hand side of the pack and try and bring the pink out in play. It's a bigger target. Missed the pink. It's got second prize. Still brought a red into play.
15.
I think the red has just travelled far enough to make this awkward for him. So we might see him playing the one up to the yellow pocket. Oh, the one to the right centre. There's a lot more of an acute angle.
One of those down, isn't he? He'd love to play the one to the left of the black, but of course he'd be hampered queuing and he can't queue down on it because of the pack of reds. So this is missable. But not this time. That should be a frame or not.
Bounced off the cushion. A couple of inches further than he'd have liked. He's still okay. Hampered queuing. Just got to make sure of the red.
24.
And as Willie said, there's no real problems here with the way the reds are situated. Just needs to keep control of this cue ball. The tricky red will be the one that he's looking at now across the top cushion. That looks very straight indeed.
31.
Now he might have to push this through. Same sort of shot as what Stuart had. The one he missed, but into the opposite pocket. Well, he's dragging back. Neil Robertson. Loads of left-hand side there. So is it reverse coming off the cush? That was a great shot.
In two of his matches, he didn't get a particularly fast start. He was
39.
2-0 behind in one match, 3-0 behind against Kurt Mafflin. But apart from that, he's always made a good start, and this just looks like
40.
what the doctor orders as far as getting a good start's concerned. 19 points in front, all reds potable, doesn't have to play another cannon.
$47.
Obviously Stuart Bingham was in
48.
first and missed a very, very easy red. And that will concern him. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to catch that red and that would have left him nothing.
55.
This is the red that you wouldn't have expected Stuart Bingham to miss. If it hadn't been first frame, that would have been a certainty. He seemed to look at somebody in the audience there, whether there was a little bit of movement when he was playing that shot, I'm not sure. But he had a big stare at something.
56.
Both players have been break building like you've never known before. Robertson has only made 5 centuries. Bingham has made 10. But Robertson has made the big ones, the 140, the 147, the 139.
And again, a very well played
63.
and controlled strike of the cue ball. I like the speed that Neil Robertson over the last couple of matches this tournament. has been playing at. I think he's a much more attractive player to watch when he's playing as positively. Went through a little patch where he'd lost all his confidence and he was struggling for results, but he certainly turned that around.
So this black is frame ball. As all week, this knowledgeable Welsh crowd
71.
appreciate that buying snookers. Robertson will take a 1-0 lead. Oh, what a shame. No century.
71.
But like I say, buying snookers, that'd be Neil Robertson 1 in front.
It was a great effort, wasn't it? Another couple of inches up behind that green. This would have been real tricky. He won't want to play the red, I don't think, nearest the pink. That's why he's looking to see if there's a gap behind this red, if the cue ball will go past. And he can hit the red next to the pink. But he won't want to hit the pink and give the foul 6, so he is playing for this one to the right side cushion. Playing this with a lot of left-hand side. That's perfect.
Yes, at that speed, I thought the side might disappear before it reached the cushion, but played to perfection. Like you, Darren, I knew he could see the red and pink, and it was a good call from you saying that there's a slight chance he could have slightly misjudged it and hit the pink. But 50 points in it, 2 snookers required. There'd have still been 2 snookers required even if he hit the pink, but he played the shot perfectly. Another good effort, but when you're playing the likes of any of the top players, to get the 2 snookers you required, you've probably got to get 6 or 7 snookers to have any chance of your opponent missing 2 of them. He's already had, I think, 3 in this little session of safety play. Will Neil Robertson hit this one? Once again, he's reluctant to play the one next to the pink, which is easy to hit off one cushion. But he knows that even if he hits the pink, Stuart Bingham will still need 1 snooker. Well played. Now Stuart will obviously take red and black here. Or try to play red and black. And then play the snooker off the last red.
it was a real positive start that Stuart Bingham made to this frame, but that's another red that you'd have expected to have potted, especially with the way he's been playing. And it's early on. This is the first frame. But the butterflies will still be there at the moment. They don't go away until you're a couple of frames in, or you get yourself on the board. I can remember when I started playing Welsh, they used to be butterflies, and when I finished, they were like albatrosses.
Yes, the older you get, the harder it is, isn't it, to cope with the pressure. You know, you miss balls towards the end of your career. You couldn't imagine missing earlier on. I mean, black's off the spot. You know, when you first became a great pro, you'd never miss a black off a spot towards the end of your career. You were missing them all the time. But that's, you know, what happens. It's an age thing as well. Played with a lot of check side there, didn't get enough on it. Tried to get in behind the black, completely mishit it. But these two players are at the top of their game at this moment in time. This red will surely put an end to this opening frame. Stuart knows now he won't be coming back to the table, and even more so now.
Neil Robertson won.
So largely due to that wonderful break of 71, Bingham was in first, missed an easy red. Robertson replied with that 71 to take the opening frame.
Yes, two players right at the top of their game at the moment, but Robertson with the first small footprint in the sand, Dominic. And, you know, we saw him last night in the semi-finals. He was ruthless, wasn't he? 6-0 win last night. He looks as if he's intent on just picking up where he left off.
Well, I mean, he came to the studio yesterday after his 6-0 victory, and he actually told me, I wasn't aware of it, but he, you know, as you said in the pre-match interview there, that he'd won his last two matches against Stuart Bingham, 6-0 and 5-0. And that's the 12th frame in a row. That's extraordinary. You would never think that, would you? But both players here this week have been playing their A game, made multiple centuries, but they're facing each other. And I think psychologically going into the match, you would imagine, wouldn't you, that Neil Robertson psychologically should be stronger than Stuart Bingham. And he started well. Yeah. Maybe he can continue. Well,
Bingham didn't do himself any favours, did he, with this missed red, which let Robertson in? Yes.
Something seemed to disturb Stuart on the shot there. You'll see now as he looks up, something's, whether it's a press photographer, a member of the audience moving around, something caught his eye there. And you know what, when you go out there to prepare for a big final, you prepared for your opponent playing well against you, and what am I going to do if I fall a frame or two behind? You're not sort of prepared for that happening, and it can be very disturbing, and I hope he can put it out of his mind now for frame two.
It's interesting that, isn't it? Because we talked earlier on briefly about these two characters, different characters, and you know, he is somebody who can get flustered and frustrated with himself, and he displays his emotion. Whereas Robertson, you don't really see a flicker on his face, do you?
No, and I was trying to say there before the match began that Neil Robertson doesn't really change his game no matter what's happening in the match. He doesn't sort of decide to stop taking long pots on or be less aggressive. He plays his own game, whether it's working or not, to try and get back into the match. I think Stuart's got a sort of a plan B if things aren't going well, and he may need that sooner here if he doesn't win this second frame.
So Robertson more proactive than reactive to what's going on?
Yes, I think that's a fair way of putting it, Ian, yeah.
Yeah. You know, you want to get a good foothold in the game early on. I mean, Stuart Bingham has been excellent, really, overall this week. But Robertson taking that first frame lead. How will Bingham be feeling early on?
Well, and Darren alluded to it there in that first frame, the commentary there, that you don't settle down until you get that first frame on the board. And as long as Neil Robertson can keep rattling off frames and keeping Stuart Bingham on zero, Stuart won't really settle down. So this second frame, I think, is a big frame for him.
It's a long old journey to that trophy, though, isn't it? Best of 17, so the first to 9, and they'll be getting their hands on the Ray Reardon trophy later on. But a long way to go. Robertson 1-0 up.
Yes. I think Stuart Bingham, he'll just want to get his frame on the board, so he spoils the frame deficit. Like Dominic said, 12 frames without reply when you count the last two matches. but he is up in the head-to-heads. It just doesn't matter how good you are. Until you get a frame on the board, no one out there settles. Coming down to have a good look. He doesn't fancy the thin snick off this red. He might just play to put the white up on this top cushion. Only problem with that, gives the advantage to his opponent, so I think he'll play the thin snick. Just got to make sure. Well, he's played the dump shot, as I suggested he might do. The only problem with that, you do give your opponent the advantage. But he was in a lot of trouble there, to be fair. Stuart Bingham had played a extremely good safety. He'll just be looking now to see where he needs that cue ball to put Neil in the most trouble. He said nearly then, so he knew he hadn't quite did it hard enough. But having said that, he's still got the snooker. I think he thought that was going to be short.
This is not one of those situations where you would see a re-rack purely because there's not a red up in the bulk area. Well, that's stopped the re-rack straight away because he'll be playing off 3 cushions now, him behind the yellow.
Yeah.
Or he may even play him behind the black, which, to be honest, he's not gaining a lot of advantage from playing him behind the black, but we'll see what happens. Because all Stuart's going to do is play the same shot, isn't he? Roll up to the 2 reds on the black spot. So I thought if he'd have played an aggressive safety shot, white on the baulk cushion behind the yellow, it would have forced Stuart to play an attacking safety shot, which is sometimes not easy.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson,
okay, he's
4.
gained 4 points out of it, but he's not going to gain a lot more.
Stuart, I didn't get a very... You got down very quickly, so can you just give us a lift for this? Yeah. Neil? Yeah.
It's a lot better shot than it looks, purely because where the black is, it's easy to hit the right-hand side of the bunch coming down, but got to avoid the kiss on the black. The red that's loose, the one to the right-hand side of the pack, is almost a long-distance plant on there, so he's got to be careful he doesn't push that red over the corner. Just keep an eye on the second red he's going to hit here. This could go right over the corner pocket. Well, we did mention the black as well, didn't we? That's a very, very poor shot. Stuart Bingham has not settled.
One.
Wasn't cleanly struck. He'll settle for the outcome. Obviously important is black now. He'll go back on his own spot. He can stay this end of the table.
Yeah, sure.
And now all of a sudden this becomes a very good chance early on in his second frame.
8.
That was the very, very poor safety shot that Stuart played. And he knows the way Robertson's been scoring this week. Not beyond the realms of possibility. He could be 2-0 behind in about 6 minutes' time.
9.
Little straighter on the black than he wanted. He wanted to be able to just stun up for the red that's directly above the black. As you can see there, he can still get on that red, and he'll play for the 2 reds in the middle as well, just in case he doesn't finish perfect. Just looking at where he wants the cue, but he'll be on 3 reds here. He'd love to play the bottom one of those, the one in the same opposite pocket to the black. That opens of the reds as well.
16. 17. 24.
He's such
25.
a prolific break builder, Neil Robertson. Just gone a little bit too far on this blue, so you might see him play into the pink. Just like to catch the pink to the side. He won't want it at full ball. Well, he's missed the pink. Is he lucky? He is. Play just to catch that pink then going through. But it's worked out absolute perfect.
Do you think, Darren, we'll ever see anybody make 100 centuries again like Neil did a couple of years ago?
Not sure. I think he made it a bit of a mission for that season, wasn't it? I mean, he still wanted to win tournaments, but it was all about making the 100 centuries. But
It's remarkable, isn't it, when people have gone through the careers and not made 100 centuries? I know there's 20 more tournaments a year than there used to be, so it's a lot easier to do it. But when you think of the likes of, we've got Judd Trump and Ronnie O'Sullivan, the two great break builders, and Ronnie O'Sullivan, the greatest of all time at this moment in time, he's never got close to 100 in a year.
no, you're right. And the amount they're hitting as well. I think there's probably at least half a dozen to a dozen players that have made 250 plus, which, you know, in our day, that was just ridiculous. You know, I think in my career I made something like 120 centuries, and I was in the top 16 of all time with that. There was only about 16 players that did 100 centuries, so now you could go right down the list. It's quite unbelievable. I think the standard has just moved on so much.
Well, Neil obviously played with the pink there from our commentary position. Doesn't look like he can see enough of it, does it? But there you can see he can. Worrying times for Stuart Bingham this. Missed a very easy red in the opening frame, cost him the frame. Missed a very easy safety shot, really, to let Neil in for this contribution of 37 and counting. And where the balls are spread, you find it hard to think that Neil Robertson is not going to make at least 65, 70 from here.
I think it's all about this shot. I mean, the blue's easy pot. You've just got to navigate yourself in and out of bog. I mean, if the black definitely went to the right corner pocket, he'd be playing for this red nearest the left corner. That's the one he's played on.
43.
It's very tight, that black to the right corner, but I think it goes. But he'd want to be right behind the black, about 10, 12 inches with the cue ball. It looks like he's eyeing up the harder pot. Needs this to go right. Well, well, well.
I cannot believe he's played that shot. I mean, that
Neil
was
Robertson,
definitely
43.
missable. The one with the rest wasn't missable. Well, Stuart Bingham must be so relieved he took that shot on rather than the red with the rest.
You just... Well, that's a shock to the system with the way he's played these opening two frames. He's thrown Stuart Bingham a real lifeline early on. And what can Stuart do? If it's anything like he's been all week, this will be a mop-up.
Eight.
This will make Stuart Bingham forget about the opening red in the first frame that he missed. Make him forget about the bad safety shot he played in this frame. And if he clears up here, he knows this will be a body blow for Neil Robertson, because Neil Robertson also knows he should be 2-0 in front now.
Sixteen. Seventeen.
We said a lot of time in commentary when a player gets 50, or well, 47 in this case, and breaks down, the opponent comes to the table, he's got a lot less manoeuvring of the white to do because there's more room with reds already gone off the table. So normally we'd be saying he'd now favourite to win this frame.
22.
There's the last red up near the green. If that red passes the green, there's no problem, but that will be his
23.
problem if it doesn't pass the green. So these next four reds and four colours after this black should be almost plain sailing. Mind you, he's missed the kiss there. What is happening? Ooh. A bit of nerves going on out there from Stuart.
30.
Played it the outside red. Got into the cue ball too much.
Yes, Willsbury, he looked like he was quite straight on that black then one. He was asking a lot. I think with that shot, I think he'd have been safer playing for the loose red and getting a better angle either on black or blue. But certainly not going to plan for Stuart so far. And I think Neil Robertson will be a little bit relieved after his wild whack, we'll say.
Stuart Bingham, 30.
Really uncharacteristic. I quite like that terminology, wild whack. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that one.
Yeah, keep it to yourself, Dale, that one, thanks. Interesting frame now, isn't it? For numerous reasons, obviously. Stuart Bingham now knows he was in first in the first frame, maybe should have scored more. In there with a great chance. Should he go on to lose this frame, he'll start to think, you know, I've let this game slip away in this first session. 4 frames before the first mid-session interval. Best of 17 now, goes up every match as it has done, from 7 to 9 to 11, now to 17.
Well, he could be forced into having a go at this one. Not an easy safety on. So will we see a Neil Robertson special? The answer is no, and he was a long way off with that one as well. Where's the red going? Oh, so close. Come straight across that one, will he? Didn't he try to force it?
I think he played that shot with disappointment after missing that easy, well, not easy red, his last visit to the table. And that was a proverbial mile away, wasn't it? Very unlike Neil Robertson.
One.
So Stuart, you won't get a better chance than this of getting a frame on the board. We've already discussed he's lost the last 12 frames on the trot against Neil Robertson. Surely he's going to win this one and level at 1-1.
Three. Four. $11. 12.
Well,
Stuart Bingham,
that's
12.
just unexcusable. That's just unbelievable. He could play for the next 10 hours straight and not miss another black like that. That's just too easy for him.
Yes, that's not nerves, it's just alignment, isn't it? You know, this is how he started yesterday.
One.
Amazing. Probably the easiest shot he's missed in his career, that one.
A little bit short there of pace
8.
on the cue ball for Neil. The green so close to the corner pocket, shouldn't be a problem.
9.
In fact, he tried to hold for the blue, but he's the wrong side, so he's just going to roll it in. I can't imagine he's going to blast this around the table. Another test of his queuing. The last two awkward ones he's failed at. Is this going to be third time lucky?
16.
No problem this time. And this green now for game. I bet he can't believe his luck. He must have been thinking this match was going 1-1. Stuart Bingham will be absolutely livid with himself, missing that black. You'll be thinking, how have I managed to do that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Mind, all week, to be fair, all week, if it'd been a little bit less pacey, I think the black would have still dropped, and it's only the fact that he's played it quite forcibly that has stayed out.
Yeah,
We have said all week the pockets look like they played a little bit bigger. They've received a lot of balls that normally would not have gone.
19.
So Neil just made sure of the
22.
brown there, so no more dramas in this second frame. There is 2 snookers to tie, obviously, so he might carry on if he misses the blue. Ooh. And he has done now.
Robertson,
Is Stuart going to carry on or just sit in his chair?
No, sorry.
No, he's going to carry on. Well, the blue's gone in a real good position. As long as he can miss the jaws. And looking at that, Wills, can he miss the jaws with the blue and get the cue ball in behind the pink?
I don't think so myself. If he does catch the jaws, of course the blue will stay down in the balk area. Yes, that was the problem, wasn't it? It always looked like the jaws, as Darren mentioned in commentary, would be in the way. Neil will probably try and get white in behind the black here. So, a little bit of, well, he could just run off it and try and snooker behind the pink, but it'd be so easy to hit.
Played it right. If the blue hadn't gone in, it was over all. I think Stuart Bingham has just given the concession. Stuart Bingham will be absolutely livid with himself. Looked like he was going to level up. He did not. Neil Robertson now leads 2 frames to 0.
Well, they might be 2 of the best in the business, but still, you know, capable of the odd moment, the odd slip, and a scrappier frame. That wasn't it?
Full of variety, really. At the beginning of the frame, Neil Robertson's in, and he's on a 43 break, turned down what was a fairly unmissable red into the left-hand corner in favour of a very speculative cut back into the right corner, missed it by a long way. For me, he seemed to lose his cool a little bit then, and he went for all kinds of shots. This is the red that he missed. I mean, goodness me, that's to actually turn the other red down into the left-hand corner pocket in favour of that.
43.
Must be brimful of confidence, but he missed it by a long way, seemed to lose his cool. And later on in the frame was missing a couple of balls by quite some distance.
That was the wild whack which Darren referred to there, and you know, Bingham whether it's a case of nerves or alignment. What do you think on this missed black?
Well, I think he is aware of the defeats that he's suffered at the hands of Neil Robertson, that 6-0 and 5-0, because for me, that wasn't really struck. It was rather sort of hit rather than stroked, I should say. He hit that much harder than he needed to, and I think it was in his mind of winning that frame and levelling the match at 1-1. Just think he didn't keep his mind in the present there. He saw the winning post in that frame too early, I feel.
Is it nerves coming into it? We mentioned that, the fact that he's lost 11 frames in a row, Bingham, against Robertson. So
yeah, now 13.
The psychology of it.
He's aware of it.
Well, this guy knows me inside. He knows what I'm going to do. He's got a grip on me.
I think so. I mean, psychologically, that's absolutely true. I think Neil Robertson is brimful of confidence, and Stuart, that's a body blow for him. He's going to have to really try and, turn things around now and hold himself together, because he's a little flustered. I don't think he's settled at all. Yeah.
Two former Welsh Open champions. We should, remember as well, they're two former world champions, aren't they? These guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Robertson got it in 2010. Bingham 5 years after that.
Yeah.
So, are they contenders for the world?
Oh, definitely, absolutely. They're wonderful players, and they play the sort of game that you need to play, in my opinion, to win the World Championships. They're attacking, they score very heavily and win frames very quickly, and it's a long old haul, the World Championships. Best of 19 in the first round, best of 25, best of 25. It's long matches, a lot of snooker, and if you can win your matches quickly, it can really help.
Yes, and Stuart Bingham, you always think that the player slinging his cue over his shoulder like that is a signal of frustration, isn't it? We talked about the body language earlier on. I mean,
yeah.
He's not hiding it, is he?
Well, I think it's exasperation, if I can say the word. He's prepared, he's looking forward to the final, and at the minute it's all going wrong for him. He had a chance in the first frame, missed the red. Neil Robertson came in with that 70 break to win it, and he's all looked set there for 1-all, didn't it? And then he's missed that black off the spot, Stuart. He's got a lot to deal with internally now, and it's not easy out there, He's 2-0 down, and as I said before, he won't settle down until he can get that first frame on the board, and it's not easy to do at the minute.
Neil Robertson's been keeping him waiting for a minute or two. He's back in though, and it certainly looks like he's in the groove, and he's despite the wild wax, the audacious shots, he's 2-0 up there. Let's go back in.
Neil Robertson to break.
Yes, it was interesting to see how long Neil took in that little comfort break there, just letting Stuart stew. And boy, will he be bawling inside, Stuart Bingham. He said on commentary he could have won the first 2 frames, and somehow he managed to lose them both. I know it's very, very early on in the best of 17, but he needs to get a frame on the board before the mid-session interval, just to calm himself down. He's working now with Terry Griffiths. He'll be a very strong man to have in his corner in the interval. It's not that Stuart's played bad, he's just missed easy shots, I mean, it's if there were difficult shots he was missing to cost him the frame, you could forgive yourself, but they've been unmissable, a couple of them he missed. He can hit this thin enough to get the cue ball back into baulk, and he won't be pushing a red on. Just got to make sure he finds the baulk cushion, or certainly get by the baulk line.
Thanks, Neil. Thank you.
It's not bad, but obviously with the cue ball being short, Neil's got his hand on the table. I was going to say he should play a better safety, but he's played that one and hit that way too thick. So he's given Stuart a chance. This one to the left corner. He's got a slightly ampered cue in, so he got a longer bridge to accommodate for that.
One.
Nicely played. They look easy on the screen, but he's played that with a little bit of left-hand side. Now his cue ball needs to travel. I think that's just about perfect. He couldn't have picked that up with his hand and put it any better. Needs to score 40 or 50 here at this visit, just to settle himself right down after the last couple of misses in the two openers. Well, again, he didn't want the flick on the red there. He's played just to go past, so this could be end of this break.
Yes, played to the middle of the three reds. Yep, absolutely fuming.
What's that saying? What a difference a day makes. Yesterday, he only had to have half a chance, and it was a century.
Stuart Bingham, 11.
He'll be disappointed he's only scored 11 off that visit. It's just not happening for him at the moment.
Stuart Bingham.
Stuart went back to his chair with an awful lot of disappointment. Now will Stuart be able to see this long red? He can. There's a gap in between black and red to play around for blue or bought colour. Now when you're a little bit anxious, it's very easy to push the white thick. Let's just see if he hits this one right. Pushed it thick. Goodness me, he's struggling out there at the moment.
One.
You'd have liked a little bit more with that cue ball, a couple of inches extra. It's still easy into the right corner, but he's now going to have to go into the reds and try and make a gap. That's what he's looking there with the cannons. He might come off this outer red and cannon the one just above. Tricky shot, this one. This needs to go right.
Yes, if it does, he could bring pink into play here as well. I just noticed the pink, but I'm sure he played up for the blue, but he meant to hit them thinner.
Yes, he was always going to get... that was the first cannon off the first shot. I thought again he wanted the thinner cannon on the red just to the left. But obviously hitting it virtually full in the face.
Green ball.
So this is a reprieve for Stuart Bingham.
I think he might be having a go at this one, Darren.
Yes, like I said, it's a reprieve.
Neil Robertson, 9.
He probably feels that normally he may not have taken that on, but he probably feels that he's got Stuart in a position where he's really anxious at the moment, and playing that shot if he pots it, Stuart would have had a lot of disappointment in it, the fact that he was expecting him to play safe. I don't blame him for taking the green on, but can Stuart now get a grip of himself and score enough to take a frame.
One.
He'd be getting more and more angry shot by shot if he didn't. Once again, reds are perfect. Blue and pink in open play. Blue, pink and black in open play, I should say. Great chance again. You heard him drop his cue on the floor there. He probably thought, or his butt end of the cue on the floor, he thought he'd overscrewed that. And as you can see from this next picture, not quite overscrewed.
5.
I think he wanted to miss that red there. He's still
12.
got shots. He's got the one to the right corner. He has got the red down to the left corner, but that'd be tricky with the rest. That's the one he would love to pot. It guarantees him position on the black. So this is a little twitchy one. Back in perfect position now. You'd have to say probably that's the best shot. Stuart's played for a little while. That could have gone ever so wrong.
Same scenario here. Doesn't want to screw back and kiss the red. Looking at that angle he has on the black, he can avoid the kiss on the red under his body. He'll be playing for the two reds that are together on the pink spot. Oh, he has kissed the red again. He could have widened that, potted it in the other side of the pocket. He would have widened the white there. Potted it in the wrong side of the pocket. That's why he got the kiss.
Yes, and because of that now Willie's going to have to pull out an extremely good pot. That'll make him feel a lot better.
Yes, the way the opening 2.5 frames have gone, that's a pressure shot. If it had been 2-0 in front, he wouldn't have even thought about him missing it. The fact that he's 2-0 behind and the way he's gone 2-0 behind. That was a very anxious moment for Stuart Bingham fans, but in it's gone.
$25. $26.
Well, he's got previous on this kind of shot, hasn't he, in the opening frame? It was a poor
33.
shot to leave this angle.
$34.
A little slow stun just through the gap of the red and the pink. If you're timing it well, this shot is no problem. But I'm still not sure Stuart's timing it well yet. Played it nicely.
41.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Stuart Bingham.
I don't think I've ever seen anything
41.
like it. I mean, Stuart Bingham has been awesome this week. And he could have won all 3 frames here. And there's every likely now, albeit he's some 43 points in front. He could lose the opening 3.
1. Eight. 9.
That one's got away from Neil. He's over at that
16.
by about 6 inches. If he goes to this red, the left corner, this is not easy at all. He's looking at the one down the cush. Again, not an easy shot. He won't be playing this too hard. Well, there you are.
Neil Robertson.
That tells you how
16.
clever he's thinking. He's not even gone for the red. He's played a really good safety. He's right back in the frame. He's only 27 points behind. Still lots left on. Keeping Stuart now under pressure. Pardon the pun, making him stew over that easy missed red.
I'm sure this packed arena will be amazed like we are in the commentary box at the last couple of frames of Stuart. That easy black he missed, and then of course the even easier red. Nothing to do with the cue ball on both occasions. A little stun shot off the black. That was a little roll through off the last red he missed. We've already alluded to the fact that numerous times that he hasn't won a frame in the last 2 matches and lost the opening 2 in this one. That's not a bad safety shot though. This may be cuttable though, this red. Must admit I thought the white was going to stay in baulk there, but it's come into open play. So if this red goes in, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Neil can clear now, having moved that red away from the cushion on his previous safety shot. Well, all that Stuart needs is to be able to see this red. 27 points in front, 2 reds, 2 colours. I'm reluctant to say it should be a certainty, but it should be a certainty.
1.
Got to be very, very careful to get the weight right on this shot. And I just listen, this is just unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Stuart Bingham 1.
Well, the crowd can't believe it. We can't believe it. And he certainly can't believe it. But still favourite where the balls are. But will he get another chance?
1.
Yes, he's played that very well. He'd love to have just stunned the cue ball to a stop to have been on the pink rather than going down for a bold colour. But it would have been awkward queuing for him, all scrunched up. It's all about this next shot now. He hasn't got much of an area to play with. He's got it hard enough to slide past the blue. Anywhere near that side cushion, near to the red, he'll have a shot. As long as there's no side, oh, I say as long as there's no side, he'd been okay there. If that had been plain ball, I'd have straightened up off this top cushion. He'd been behind that red. As it is, it's going to have to be a good safety. This frame is still anybody's. He's looking at it. The shot he'd really like to play, he'd like to come off thin off the red, try and put the red in front of the blue and the white behind the black, but if he hits it thick and short, he'd leave an easy snookering chance for Stuart Bingham. He's played it the other way now.
Robertson. 4.
He's having an anxious look. I think he's okay. There we can see it. Not quite a full ball snooker. Worrying times for Stuart Bingham. Don't know whether he can just clip the edge. Might have to lift his butt up and just swerve slightly. That looks really tight, doesn't it? To get the edge of this one.
Yes, I think he's going to need a little swerve, but what he doesn't want to do is hit it above quarter ball because he could push it towards the middle. He's not going to gain any advantage on this next safety shot either. He feels he can hit it. And he could. Well, if he's got the white behind the pink, it's top draw.
This is very similar now. The other way. I didn't think he could get the edge of the last one. When you look at it there, he doesn't look like he can get the edge of that, but he's playing it like he can. So obviously he can. Well, this time
Foul.
he couldn't.
Stuart Bingham 4. Yes.
He's played it at that weight as well, because if he does get the connection on the red, he doesn't want to move it too far.
Have you got this? It's very, very tight, you see.
It's really important to get this cue ball in exactly the right place, because obviously I feel sorry for the referees in this situation, because it's essential that it's in exactly the right place.
Yeah.
Well, you can see it at half ball with that one there, so it's nowhere near there.
I think because it was just over a touch.
Just a little. It's very, very tight. No, not really.
You can still see it quarter ball, so it needs to go further to the left.
No,
Still needs to go
more
further
this way.
left, yeah. This is where they were. I still think you can see too much of that. I see no ships.
Yeah.
This is very generous of Neil, to be fair, because I mean he's making sure that he can only just see a fraction.
That way, yeah.
He's being very fair.
Stuart? Yeah. Thank you, Neil.
Stuart's obviously decided that Neil's being totally honest, and he is.
Foul. And a miss.
Doesn't want to leave a free ball.
Stuart Bingham 5. Yes.
Replacing take 2.
I don't think he can get to the edge of it. He's gone as close as he can there to the pink, sliding past twice. He's just missed it okay by an air width.
Yeah.
I mean, again, he'll ask for the cue ball to again move down the cush because he can hit that red there clearly. I think it needs to go down a little bit more again. Well, he's going to change his selection of shots, so it isn't going to really matter, I think. The way Neil is lining up, he's looking at coming off this black cushion.
Yeah. Stuart, yeah.
That's more like it.
Okay.
And when you look at it there, there's no way you can get the side of that red. So it's 2 cushions. Up the back of the red. And that's the worst possible result for Neil, unless it goes tight cush. And it has. That's just, he's had a wry smile, Stuart Bingham. If that bounces off the cush, or doesn't quite get the cush, it's right over that corner pocket. Do.
And when you consider it's frame ball, I mean, that is so unlucky. He's going to have to take it on, though. Well, decided not to.
Thanks, Stuart.
That's amazing, the way that red finished absolutely tight on the cushion. No problem with hitting this red off one cushion, but is he going to get it safe?
Thanks.
Yes, and I'll stick to my original guns until you get off the scoreboard and get that frame on the board. You never really settle, and this is, in the context of some massive frame for Stuart Bingham. You feel he's got to win it.
That's an excellent safety, but there is room to play the safety shot round the back of the black. Red will be going somewhere near the black spot, so be careful to hit it too hard. He has hit it too hard. Now then, will Stuart be able to see the red? And the answer to that is no. Well, if he was ever going to win a frame, I guess he needed a bit of good fortune at the moment. And that is a bit of good fortune, because that red would have been stuck over the pocket. And I think he just said to Neil, looks like I'm going to win a frame.
Seven.
Well, the way this match has gone, quite easily could have been 3-0 behind, quite easily could have been 3-0 in front.
Stuart Bingham 7.
Neil Robertson coming back to the table. He's not. Stuart Bingham, goodness me, only a break of 41 in that frame, but it ended up being enough. He's closed the gap to 2-1, but still not looking good.
Relief, huge relief, I think, for Stuart Bingham as he steps out of the arena for a couple of minutes. Just at the end there, where he got that red in from the snookered position, it felt like we were coming out of a tunnel, didn't we? It had been such a tense and long frame, what, 28 minutes?
Yeah.
It needed a moment of magic like that.
I'm not sure moments of magic. Yeah, I mean, he mishit that, really, but I have to say that Neil's safety shot was a little fortuitous not to have left a long red on anyway for Stuart. It's funny, isn't it? You know, he's missed frame balls, he's missed chances to win frames when he's in. In the end, he pots frame ball there. It was a fluke. He wasn't even going for that particular shot.
Okay, I'm saying magic, you're saying fluke. But anyway, before we look at that one, let's look at the misses from Bingham, which could have proved costly.
Yes, this red, well, you can see Stuart's reaction here when he misses this. He cannot believe what's happened there. Elbow on the table, head in his hand, shaking his head, doesn't know what's going wrong. And he probably expects Neil Robertson to take full advantage there, but fortunately...
43 points in front, and then he misses the blue.
Yeah, by now his head's all over the place. He's probably got a bit of a fuzzy head now. He doesn't know what's going on. He just can't see potting angles. It's all very difficult for him. And I think he's needed a little bit of help in these last couple of frames from Neil Robertson.
Well, we've got the fluky / magical shot here.
Yeah. Well, I think he intended to get a little bit more action on the cue ball there in terms of the swerve and hit the red more fully than he did. He caught it sort of half ball, and luckily for Stuart, it's gone in the pocket. If it had wobbled, he could have lost that frame as well.
Does that smile tell you they didn't mean to do that then? I mean, it was just a complete fluke.
I think it's just sheer relief, and hopefully he can put what's gone on behind him now. He's got a frame on the board, and it's only 2-1, and if he can win this next frame to go 2-all at the mid-session interval, he'll feel like he's sort of won the match already. It's been an ordeal for him out there at the moment.
It has been. Did we not suspect that it would be like this a little bit? I mean, longish frames, 28 minutes, 24 minutes before that. It was never going to be quick, because these two players, you always sense it might be a game of chess, a tight game of chess between them, didn't we?
I personally thought the frames would be rattling along at sort of anything from sort of 10 to 15 minutes per frame.
Do you think that?
Well, because they score so freely and they don't like to get embroiled in, inveigled into like long safety exchanges, and it's just that Stuart's missed some pots. Maybe a couple of colours have gone awkward here and there, and Neil's felt the pressure, I think, of trying to capitalise on Stuart's mental state of mind, really. Sometimes when you see your opponent making so many mistakes, that pressure transfers to you, and you think, crikey, I've got a chance here to take full advantage of my opponent here. He's not mentally good at the minute.
And again, Robertson there, inscrutable, really. Don't know what's going on in his head. But just to expand on what you're saying there, basically, you see your opponent's not at his best. You then feel the pressure to say, well, this is my game to win here, and I've got to do it.
You can do, yeah. You can put yourself under extra pressure to take full advantage, because whilst your opponent's really struggling out there mentally and making the mistakes he's making, you can forge ahead.
So that was a very important frame for Bingham, wasn't it? Neil Robertson then with a 2-1 lead, heading into the final frame before the break.
So Stuart Bingham breaking off. If somehow he could win this frame and go into the mid-session interval 2 frames all, I think he'd be, well, he was happy there, wasn't he? Well, he'll do 2 fist pumps if he wins this frame. He'll enjoy his mid-session break. And as I say that, Neil Robertson's missed a red there that he probably would have expected to have potted. Caught it way too thin. He's got away with it though. I don't think Stuart can get past this brown to the red into the middle pocket. He has got the red to right corner. There you can see it, just off straight. It's all about the cue in here, pushing the cue through in a straight line. And he was a long way off with that one. Obviously not an easy shot, just off the bolt cushion, but he'd have expected to have got closer to it than that. So as you can see with the pot success, Stuart Bingham down to 79%. Yesterday he was over the 90s and Neil Robertson at 88. Well, okay, so only just under the 90%, which I think in today's game that's acceptable. 90 or above.
Well, obviously no easy safety shot here, even if he runs up to the bunch. The key thing is just play a containing safety shot of some sort. Just making sure if he rolls up to that red on the left hand side, he's not leaving a cut back into the corner, which he would be. Just now looking if he plays off the right hand side of that one on the right hand side, leaves the white tight on the cushion, whether he's going to take a risk. Okay, Stuart Bingham will have the red into the yellow pocket. If he gets tight on the cushion, it's going to be a difficult pot. If you're not tight on the cushion, it might not be. No, Stuart will take this on. Been tight on the cushion, he might not.
And he just knew that red was going to go in. Now he's got that frame on the board. He'll be feeling so much better within himself. Well, I've just said that. And then he's played a terrible shot there. Overscrewed that by a mile.
6.
But normally Stuart would have been playing 2 cushions off the blue for the red to the right of the pink. And that was just so anxious, I just mistimed it completely.
Yes, and after the last red, the red he potted was probably the best shot he's played in these opening 3 and a bit frames. You know, they are 3 and a bit frames in, so the nerves would have been gone now. Both players will have settled. Well, you'd have to say that I think there was a little bit of frustration with that shot. Okay, it was an hard safety. And I think that was a very frustrated shot, it has to be said.
One.
That shot there maybe is a 2 in 10. You know, but in the final, in the main arena on this Welsh event, it's a big shot, especially with the way these opening frames have gone. Neil Robertson won't believe his luck.
Yes, in slight defence of Stuart, I think if he'd have got closer to the pot, he wouldn't have left anything on, because he came down to have a look. If he held the cue ball close enough to pot the pink, but the fact that he hit it thin, extra reds were brought into play. But
8.
this has been such a strange opening 4 frames. I don't think I've ever witnessed anything like it in the final of a major tournament by 2 of the game's greatest players.
15. 16.
Yes, it's quite apparent with what Willie's saying as well. Both semi-finals. I think Neil Robertson's average shot time was around 18, 19 seconds. I think Stuart Bingham's was around the same. And at the moment, both a lot slower than that.
23. 24.
Both players haven't really got right into their rhythm. Robertson is averaging about 26 seconds and Bingham about 24, so it's a lot slower than what they were in their semis,
31.
as you can see there. So I'm sure when it gets a little bit more fluidity within the match, these shot times will come down.
$37. 38. 45. 46.
He knows that he's going to need at least one of the three reds to the left of the pink, and they seem to be all in the way of one another, unless he goes up into the ball carrier and clears those.
53. 54.
Has the angle on the pink to be able to bounce it in and widen the angle and kiss the right hand of the three reds. But if he doesn't feel he has that angle, he can play up into balk. He is left-handed, so no problem with the one nearest the balk line. Glance at the scoreboard, so he can bounce it in there. If he plays it plain ball, he'll only hit the red quarter ball. He's decided to play for the one in balk. Played for two reds. He played it perfectly.
60. 61.
'Have to be honest, this has been the strangest 4 frames I've ever seen in the start of a major final.
63.
Yeah, Robertson could be 4-0 in front, and so could Stuart Bingham.
$64.
And he's having a little look to see if there's a plant to the right centre. If not, he'll be playing the cannon. Well, you can see that looks like it's dead straight. The blue is to put himself safe.
69.
So that's him going to take a 3-1 lead into the interval. Barring snookers, of course. But I think this plant is 100%. Well, how casual did he hit that?
69.
We're still not over just yet. That looked dead straight. Well, that looked unmissable, the plant.
Yes, he tried to concentrate and get a position on pink or black, didn't he? Couldn't miss it if he just played dead straight on it. Just took his eye off the plant, just play position. But it didn't take long before he was gifted with another chance. Yeah, if he hits it full ball, he can't miss it. He just tried to get on the black and pink at the same time. But no worries now. This red should go in.
One.
Yes, and I think even if Neil was to miss the next shot, I don't think Stuart's going to come back to the table. I think he's had enough of this first session. It's amazing what the next 15-20 minutes will do. The mid-session interval.
Here, Robertson, one.
Well, I'm saying that, and he's coming back. That's a real surprise, unless he's looking for a little bit of
One.
pot in time. Bit of practice, but he could go back up onto the practice tables, because barring a miracle, he's losing this frame.
Eight.
You can see he's going to need at least four 4-point snookers.
9.
It has been done in the past. I can remember Nigel Bond playing an Australian, funny enough, John Campbell, a long time ago. Winning 5
16.
snookers on the brown at 4 each in a tournament, getting the 5 snookers and then potting the brown, blue, pink and black to rob John Campbell of his next round place.
Stuart Bingham.
So it is possible, but very unlikely. Very good, and you could see he played that with hardly any pace on the cue ball there, because the last thing he wanted to do was slide past and leave a free ball. If that red rolls, well, I was just about to say that he would look very good, but he was short with pace there. Hasn't really come to life, this match, so far. Both players have been a little bit tentative. That was a good shot by Stuart Bingham. Neil will just go up. He's looking at the side cushion, but it's an easy strike for him off the back cushion with the left-hand side. He said he won't be hitting this too hard, but hard enough. Needs a side to take.
Foul. Stuart Bingham 4.
So there's one of the 4. 3 more to go.
Yeah, just played that a fraction too slow, because the time the cue ball had hit the cushion, the side had virtually gone off the cue ball. But while this last red on, there's still a slight chance for Stuart. How's the pace? Not quite good enough.
Balls down the bottom end of the table in a real good position to play snookers as well. They're very close to each other. He tried to stun in there behind the green, right tight. He hadn't caught the jaw there. That red would have careered up the table, I feel. I think Neil's had enough of this red on the table. Stuart Bingham's had a little wry smile. He'll do well to keep this one out. So he might just take the red and the black.
Chest shot, please.
And that's not the best shot, but the way the colours are up there, if he can get in behind the yellow, he can stick the yellow up after this black, towards the black, white in behind the brown. Needs to pot the black though. And that's what he's played. Don't go behind the green.
8.
Well, he can stun in behind the brown, but he can't put the black, the yellow I should say, near the black. He's landed too much of an angle, so might see him come thin off.
Stuart Bingham, 8.
He's played some good shots. He's played some good shots and got some good snookers. You wouldn't expect Neil Robertson to miss this. Off one cush with right hand side, just this side of the middle pocket. All this could have been avoided for Neil Robertson if he took more time on that plant. Obviously he was going for the 100.
Yeah, plain ball. You hit where the middle pocket is. That's why Darren suggested a lot of side. Should hit this full ball. Just got to be careful it isn't going off. Thought he was going to play it firm actually, and that's why I said he might going off if he plays it firm. But a little frustrated, Neil. As Darren mentioned in commentary, the plant was a certainty. If he'd have just not worried about where the white was finishing, he was trying to get onto the pink or black. That's a clever shot.
Yes, that plant was unmissable, but he missed it. Stuart's laying loads of snookers, but he's not getting the fouls that he needs. He was disgusted with that one because he knows he's moved the blue away, and there was a big target with our brown and blue so close. Now the table's become very clean and open. Well, he's finally got one. He's cued it nicely.
Neil Robertson.
Well, he's continuing. And you can't blame him because he still only requires the 3 snookers that he needed anyway. Black's in a very inviting place to get that cue ball into. Or the green. Again, you can't imagine Neil Robertson missing the screen off 2 cushions. And there is enough room to get right up behind the green. So if he could get the right connection, Stuart Bingham could be in a snooker after this next shot. He's just got to come off the side, the top cushion, up the back of the green. He'll play it with a little bit of pace. Try and get the cue ball to stop dead. Well, he's played it dead weight. I can't believe he's played it like that.
Well, it's just asking for trouble, isn't it? I mean, it was unmissable. So why not put a bit of distance between balls?
Yes, there's no way he was ever going to miss that. I just can't understand why he played that so negatively. Because this is a lot trickier than what it looks, especially just off the 1 cushion and the way the cue ball slides. Well, he's hit it, so no problem. No damage has been done.
This time, Stuart's turn to be in a snooker. It's not about hitting it, it's about getting it safe. Playing a little swerve. Just caught it.
So he just made sure the green, so I'm sure that will be it this time. I can't imagine Stuart Bingham would carry on in the event of Neil missing this brown.
7.
Well, it's definitely all over now. So both players are going to go into the interval. Both players got a lot to think about. Whereas Neil Robertson is going to be the happier of the two with his 3 frames to 1 lead.
18.
Stuart Bingham, I would have thought he'll go up now to the practice table and knock some balls in, try and get a bit of confidence. He'll be very disappointed with his first 4 frames and the way he's played. But like I said, Neil Robertson goes into mid-session interval, 3 frames to 1 ahead.
I guess you can understand Bingham wanted to stay out there and slug it out. I mean, 3-2 would have felt a lot better than 3-1, but there it is. It's Robertson who's got the 2-frame leads. Half-time analysis from Dominic Dale. I mean, you made Robertson slight favourite last night, didn't you? And
yeah,
nothing's really changed to alter that opinion?
No, nothing from what I've seen. I mean, extraordinary few frames we've seen there, particularly from Stuart Bingham. Some of the mistakes that he's made have left him sort of feeling rather exasperated, just mentally. Certainly, he's all at sea. He just doesn't trust himself now. Some of the balls he's missed, you can see some of its facial expressions here.
He's gone through it, hasn't he, in those first 4 frames?
Yeah.
Whereas with Robertson, you only tend to see the odd flicker, the odd grimace here and there, but you can read every emotion on Stuart Bingham's face. And
yes.
Would you expect to see him up here, as Darren suggested, practising?
Possibly, but the problem is I don't think Stuart Bingham's problems are form. They're all sort of mentally related, really, I suppose. By his own doing, really. He's missed some inexplicable shots out there, made some inexplicable mistakes. Some of the safety errors he's made, he's just not hitting the ball well. And I think he's just been thinking ahead too far and not staying in the moment and missing these rudimentary pots and causing his own downfall, really, regarding the mental side of the game. And obviously in that department, Neil Robertson's much stronger.
Yes, I mean, we saw that with John Higgins this week, the defending champion. I mean, he had kind of a torrid time all week. He wore every emotion. He was going through it as well, wasn't he? Just trying to find top form. He went out. It's a similar thing with Bingham. He cannot hide how he's feeling.
Well, you know, you prepare well for your final. He's playing, obviously, a great player, Neil Robertson. He's lost the last 2 encounters with him, hasn't won a frame. So he's probably carrying those thoughts into this match. I feel that those defeats 6-0 and 5-0 were on his mind a little bit. And when he's had the chance to just pull level at 1 frame all and actually get that first frame on the board, he's missed something and lost another frame, and then another frame. So it's 2-0 down. You know, that's a big difference. I know there's a long way to go. When you're 2-0 down, first and 9, it's a long way to go, but you never settle down until you get that first frame on the board. And from Stuart's point of view, it really ought to have been 1-1, and he's struggling now.
Best of 17. It is the first to 9 that wins it, so we'll be back with the second session very shortly. But meantime, just a little something to entertain you during this break. If you're a student of the game, you might like this. Back in January, David Gilbert got the 147th 147 break, and we've had a couple more this week, haven't we? Neil Robertson getting one. And a good time perhaps then to show you this. Ken Doherty with a bit of a potted history of the maximum break.
15 reds, 15 blacks, all the colours. Those 36 steps to snooker perfection, the 147. The first recorded instance of someone making a 147 was the great Joe Davis back in 1955 in an exhibition match at Leicester Square Hall in London.
The land of make-believe.
But it would take another 27 years before the sport had its first official maximum, courtesy of Joe's namesake.
The possibilities of it happening were sort of like fairy tale stuff. I'd been all around the world on a trip with Barry Hearn. We were trying to promote the game in a few places like Australia, Singapore, Las Vegas. It was a holiday. And I was severely jet lagged and fell asleep in the dressing room. Was woken up, came out for the next frame. Lada cars were the sponsors, and we all know the prize was the Lada car. At the time I had a Porsche. Bjorn Borg had this habit of blowing his hand, like, you know, just to get the sweat out of his hand. And I did it. I went like that with my hand. Before I knew it, I'd made the first 147 break in a televised event. And ironically, John Spencer was the person I did it against, who was the player who'd made a 147 break in a televised event, but as we also know, cameramen were on a tea break. After that, never got close to another 147.
And the very next year saw the first ever 147 in the World Championship at the Crucible Theatre.
Well, that's one way of getting them, I suppose. We're talking about £18,000 on this.
It was getting dark by the time you finish it, to be honest with you. He's not as quick as me.
A maxi that began with a fluke and finished with one of Snooker's immortal commentary lines.
Oh, good luck, mate.
Oh, wonderful. That is really, truly wonderful. He's been hugged. Well.
Jack Carnham was also the man on the mic for Snooker's next maximum, as another Canadian put on a white magic masterclass.
Kirk with a white suit, such a great guy. He went in and out of bulk a couple of times. Done a fantastic green to get on the ground. One of the greatest shots you'll see in the 147.
Just look at that. Good heavens above, Rex. Isn't that marvellous?
Every snooker player wants to make a 147 in professional snooker, but to do it, you know, like a Triple Crown event, like the Masters or the Crucible or the UK, makes it extra special.
The night that Wembley rocked. The 80s would see only 5 more 147s. They were still very much collector's items. In fact, it wasn't until 1992 that the Crucible saw its second 147.
This is all reds, all black so far. A marvellous shot with the rest, that was.
I've always said that Jimmy White is the best rest player I've ever seen. And if you see the way he played the shot with the rest, to keep the break going, was fantastic.
Quite magnificent. Jimmy White creates history at the Crucible Theatre.
I got 147 grand and 14 grand for the highest break. And I got to the final that year, so I actually got 70 grand more than Hendry, which was nice.
That same year, Stephen Hendry notched up the first of his 11 tournament maximums, and in 1995 made the first of his record-equaling 3 Crucible 147s.
Well.
In Crucible history.
2 years later, Hendry achieved the unthinkable as he made a maximum break in the deciding frame of a final as he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 9-8 in the Charity Challenge.
It's a deciding frame of a major final against Ronnie O'Sullivan. And yeah, it's probably my most memorable just because of the situation of all my 147s.
But it was only a few months later that Ronnie put himself in the conversation for the greatest ever 147.
I don't believe this.
What a break! What a fantastic maximum break that is! Ronnie O'Sullivan's delighted, the crowd's delighted, John Virgo, and I'm delighted. 5 minutes for one unbelievable maximum break.
But if that was flawless, John Higgins required a huge slice of luck in the final of the 2003 LG Cup final against Mark Williams.
Is the black going in? There's a chance yet. It's there! The maximum still on!
Even the best need a bit of luck.
Higgins would notch the next two 147s as well, taking the overall total to 49. Although 147s were coming thick and fast, the Masters still hadn't seen one since Kirk's back in 1984, although a certain someone did come very, very close.
Some people wait everything changes.
Wonderful! A 147 maximum for Ding Junhui. Only the second in the history of the Masters.
That very same year, Ronnie did to Mark Selby what Hendry had done to him 10 years previously, as he won their UK Championship semi-final in the deciding frame with a 147.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
I kept thinking to myself, because it's a deciding frame, the pressure, you might miss one or two here and there, but Ronnie does what Ronnie does best, and yeah, fantastic break.
The following year, Sheffield witnessed something truly extraordinary as we saw back-to-back 147s on consecutive days. First Ronnie, and then Ali Carter. I was peering around the corner from the other table in 2012 when Hendry made the last of his 11 147s, fittingly at the Crucible in his final World Championship.
The maximums I break of 36 shots, and I think maybe half a dozen shots I hit the way I would like to hit them. Every shot was a pint of blood, really.
Hendry had made the move into the commentary box when Mark Selby claimed the honour of making the 100th official maximum in his UK Championship semi-final with Ricky Walden the following year. Without a doubt, the toughest brown, blue, pink and black to make a 147 ever.
I remember I potted the last pink with my extension on, thought I'd played it really well. Next minute I'm tight on the bottom rail and I'm thinking, here we go, I'll probably miss the black again 2 times in a season, but thankfully enough for me, I managed to pot a great black in the middle.
But if you ever wanted a racing certainty for the greatest single pot ever in a maximum, look no further than the 15th red of the 11th frame in the 2014 Welsh Open final.
You're a shooting star, I see.
Go on, White. Go on, White. That is perfect. What a shot left-handed, ladies and gents. Unbelievable.
I didn't expect to get it, and when it went in, I was like, you know, it was a result really, and come perfect on the black. So, yeah, that's probably my best one.
And also a tip of the cap to Neil Robertson, the only man to ever make one in a Triple Crown final at the 2015 UK Championship. There was a little bit of history for Dave Gilbert as he recorded the 147th 147. And amazingly, we've had not one but 2 147s this week in the space of 3 days.
Well done, Neil Robertson. That's fantastic.
It's there. Fantastic achievement from Thailand's Nothon Senham.
And respect to Jamie Burnett, to date the only man ever to make a 148, but nobody has ever made the highest possible break, a 155. The 9-dart finish, the perfect game. Athletes in all sports strive for perfection, but only in a very few can that be quantified. Only 70 of us have ever done it. 36 strokes, 147 points. Snooker heaven.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Lovely trip down memory lane there, both in terms of the snooker and the soundtracks. And of course, you saw Neil Robertson getting one of those 147s. And here he is practicing. Not Stuart Bingham as we thought, but Robertson during this interval practicing, Dominic. That's interesting, whereas perhaps Bingham just having a little bit of a sit down and composing his thoughts.
Yes, it's as I suggested earlier, really. I think Stuart Bingham's problems are all up here, and he'll be working, probably sitting down in the players' lounge possibly, or somewhere private, and having a chat with Terry Griffiths, his current coach and mentor, really, to try and get things right for these remaining 4 frames of this afternoon's session.
I mean, Robertson, he's not had anything that he needs to work on. There's no shots where he's thought, that was awful, I was terrible, I need to get out there and practice. Just a bit of fine-tuning here and there. Possibly. It must be borne in mind, though, that these practice tables have been here now for the entirety of this event. Playing out there, you've got a brand new cloth, completely different feel and everything, ball reaction, so it doesn't bear too much resemblance now. But there might be just a particular type of shot that Neil feels he wasn't hitting well out there in those first 4 frames. He just wants to remedy something out there. He was only there for about 3 minutes, wasn't he? So, you know, just fine-tuning, really. Not a big session, was it? So, 3-1 Robertson then, as we head towards the second session. What's going to happen? How are they going to approach this one? Well, I must suggest that the mid-session interval came at a very good time for Stuart Bingham. I think this 5th frame is a big frame. If Neil Robertson can win it and forge ahead still further at 4-1, maybe he can get some extra momentum and take a very big sort of first session lead. Stuart Bingham needs this 5th frame very, very much so. You would imagine so, and here they come for that second session. Robertson 3-1 up them against Bingham. 4 more frames to go then in this afternoon's session. Who is going to edge closer to that Ray Reardon trophy? Terry Griffiths joining Darren Morgan in the commentary box, and I'm sure can give us an insight into how Mr. Bingham there is feeling.
Thank you. The 5th frame. Yes, Neil here. Neil
So
Robertson
they've
to
had
break.
their mid-session intervals. And we've seen then in the VT, Neil Robertson going to have a little knock on the practice table. Stuart Bingham decided not to get his arm going. Thinks he's playing well enough. Intervals normally got a way of changing things. It's an important time now in this match for Stuart. You can't win the final in the first session, but you can, as good enough, lose it. So as long as he's thereabouts, only a couple of frames behind going into tonight, I still feel like he's got a chance. So next couple of frames, extremely important.
I think he's got to get 2 frames out of this session. There's 4 frames in this session. You need 2 at least. He was 4-0 up against Judd Trump in 2017 in the final. And Judd caught him up, but Stuart won a close one in the end. Like you say, there's a long way to go.
That's a great shot. They all seem to have acquired this shot. It's a shot I was never comfortable playing. My gosh, they play it really well now. So easy for that 2 cushion get out to get wrong. You've got to catch it a bit thick and the reds go everywhere. Wow, what a great shot that is. It's a packed house here at the Motorpoint Arena in Cardiff. And even though you'd have to say the first 4 frames probably haven't lived up to everybody's expectation, he was still interested in the fact he was toing and throwing back and forth. I'm sure it's only going to get better.
No, that's not an easy one. No.
Foul.
It surprised me that that happened.
Stuart Bingham 4.
Blue was covering most of that red that he was playing for then.
Yeah. Thanks, Neil. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought you could hit pink 4 balls, so that's the line I was looking at. Yeah. Okay, Stuart, yeah.
Well, that was a better pot.
So
he's got 2 for the price of 1. Nicely on the black. Now, before the interval, he didn't really have any great chances early on amongst the balls. Well, he's overcut that black. Well, well, well. It's just
Stuart
unbelievable
Bingham,
what's happening at the minute with Stuart Bingham today. Especially after yesterday, knocking 4 centuries. Some of the balls he's missed has just been, well, unexplainable.
1. Yeah. Eight. 9. $16.
He's just on the red there, but can't get onto the black now. Right, just to the left of the pack there's available. It's the only one. Up for blue, I should think.
17.
Perfect.
And of course, with every ball that's getting potted, Stuart Bingham's having to sit in his seat.
23.
and watch what could have been his. You can see it, he's struggling out there. He's hurting at the minute. He's probably bemused, thinking what's happened, because he's played so well in this championship all the way to the final. And at the moment, he just hasn't turned up.
30. $31. $38. $39. $44. $45.
There's been good stuff from Neil Robertson. Just looks like the stronger of the two players at the moment. When he's getting in, he's making more of his opportunities. Obviously he's missed a couple as well today. Very strong break builder, great potter.
52.
His average shot time is coming down a little bit. It's come down by
53.
about 3 seconds. He was at 26, he's now at 23. Yesterday he was at 18, 19. That's how well he was playing and how confident he was striking the ball. He's coming very close to being safe in this 5th frame. Couple more reds.
61.
And again, that's just about perfect.
$66.
He already knows he's safe barring snookers, but last frame he missed that relatively easy plant and then he was made to work for the last frame. No mistakes this time. In goes the red. So he'll be looking now to try and concentrate and get his first century on the board of the day and of this final. Already had breaks of 69 and 71.
72.
Well, there's no century.
Neil Robertson, 72.
And Stuart Bingham's going to leave the room, try and compose himself. Neil Robertson will be very pleased. He's come out very positively. He extends his lead. He now leads 4 frames to 1.
Been making a lot of centuries this season, Neil Robertson, hasn't he? We thought maybe he was on for another one, maybe the 5th of the week or the 6th of the week it would have been. But 72 was enough to beat Bingham that time. Highest break of the game or the match so far.
Yeah, as long as Neil Robertson keeps knocking in 70 breaks, that'll do him. As long as he's winning the frames, he won't worry about the century breaks. It's the frame score that matters to him, and he's 4-1 ahead now, and he's in a great position. Nothing's really changed. I mean, you know, we talked about Bingham giving himself a pep talk as much as anything during the break. But if we look at this Miss Black, I mean, it's just... Well, it's extraordinary. He's spotted an excellent red, cannoned another one to leave himself on that black. I can't imagine why he's missed a shot like that. He's missed several in this match already, and, you know, it's hard to think what's going through his mind. I mean, obviously, the players on the tour, they'd use an expression, he's twitched. It's basically a pulling off the line. As he strike the ball, something goes wrong in here, and he mentally sort of just pull the cue off line on impact, and it's very hard to adjust. You just got to get this right, and that's where Stuart Bingham's failing at the moment.
It's an interesting expression, isn't it? Twitched, because you've been talking about it's all in the head. You think he's twitched generally in this match?
Yeah, you don't know you're going to do it until the very last moment on impact. As you strike the ball, it just happens between there and the strike, and you just pull the cue offline, and that's what can happen. Stuart will know why he's missing. I mean, he'll know more than any of us what's going on in
but
here.
I mean, generally he's twitchy in the head. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's all in the head, because we know he has the ability. He's played excellently at times this week, but it's just not working. It's just not going for him in this final, is it? And now Neil Robertson with a 4-1 lead.
There's nothing more hurtful out there than missing a very easy ball and your opponent clearing up and scoring enough to win the frame, especially in the position that Stuart Bingham's in at the moment. Hurtful.
Good safety there by Neil Robertson. Well, it's not bad, the safety success. They'd probably still like to be at least 5 or 6% more. They all like to get towards that 90%, whether it be pot in safety or the long pots. And that's the thing. One thing you don't want to do is catch one of the bulk colours. He's left a couple of reds here, nothing easy, and he's going to have to strike the cue ball perfectly if he goes for the red to the left corner. The one that's just to the side of the pink, we might see him play a safety shot. I think that's what he's lining up to do. Now he has given Stuart a A chance for one of these reds towards the right corner, and he will be able to swing the cue ball around through the gap. Let's see how good his navigational skills are. Well, he played for the gap there, but he's caught the red, but he's had a nice kiss and he's nicely on the blue. So again, it's a great struck red. This was. He really needs to make something with this effort, just to settle himself down.
6. Seven. $13. $18.
Looks like it turned out okay. Just nudged a few reds out of the way.
$90.
Not quite sure if the black was back on his own spot.
$26.
Oh, that's handy.
27.
A few nice little touch shots here can move him forward in the break.
$34. $35. $42.
It's just overrun for the one red and not run quite enough for the other one. Still expect him to pot both reds. I think he'll play the one nearest, just below the pink spot. Well, he's playing the other one, so he's going to just cannon off the two, leave the pink in the middle. Well, he's managed to miss them.
43.
He's done really well there. Really well. Didn't think there was anywhere near he could miss the cannon there, but he's still going. He's potted that then to the far side of the pocket, and that's why he's now at a position that was very similar to the black he missed a couple of frames ago. 50. If that had gone in the middle of the pocket there, he'd have been nicely on this red into the middle pocket. As it is, I think he's going to have to take it to the yellow. And he's missed it.
Stuart Bingham.
That's the only problem. There's just one poor positional shot from black to red there. He was starting to look good. This is his best little effort so far in this final.
Starting to pick up his game now.
Thank you.
Sure, the big crowd in here today would like to have a close finish rather than somebody winning very easily. So 50 points in front, Stuart Bingham, and Robertson hasn't got an easy out here. Might get him between the gap, is he? Surely not. Oh, it looks a bit tight.
Yes, it is very tight, isn't it? As John Virgo would say, there's always a gap. Maybe not this time.
Well, he took it on. Didn't have any other options, why not? He'd have been on the black and a good chance. Just caught it a little too thick.
That was game ball for Stuart, really. That red had gone and he was nicely on the blue, but he's now given Neil Robertson a real good chance to get right back into this frame. That might have just helped. I think Neil's gone the wrong side of the blue.
Just this side of the blue. Can you just get that?
We don't want the blue cleaning.
No, just see that on the cloth.
Well, Neil's asked for something to be cleaned off the cloth next to the blue.
I don't move hand. Yeah, okay.
It's unusual. Well, yes, he is the wrong side. So he's going to have to leave himself mid-distance for his next red. Just have a little look to see where he's most comfortable. Well, looking at that, it looks very straight indeed. Looks like he's more comfortable rolling through to play the red to the right corner. Well, he can play this two ways. He can either play this to stun off the side cushion for the black, or play it more positively off the bottom cushion, side cushion, back down for the blue. So it all depends on how he's feeling. Looks like he's dragging, so it's off the one cushion for the black.
7.
Very well struck. So a little cannon off this black for the red below the pink. Should leave him nice then on both reds. Well, he's cannoned the other red, but he's still in perfect position.
14.
Worrying times again this frame for Stuart Bingham, because you feel he's going to take at least 3 more reds and 3 colours before things start getting a little bit more difficult.
15.
Well, he played a risky one there, trying to bring them reds into play, but he has landed on this red. I say risky one. If this red goes in, it'll work out perfect for him. This is not easy.
Neil Robertson, 22.
Yeah, that's a let off for Stuart. Neil's played a couple of these today and he's missed them to the near jaw. It's like he's overcompensated there.
Whoa.
That was a very good pot under the circumstances. Disappointment there for Neil Robertson, of course. The red one you'd get 10 out of 10.
7. $14. $50.
Well, this could change the pattern now. 49 in front, just 43 left.
22.
Took a red into the middle, starting here. There was a red right on the pocket that Neil Robertson missed, of course. And if he'd have missed the one in the middle, the score would be going the other way on this frame.
29.
Oh,
Stuart
no,
Bingham,
it's not.
29. And the frame.
Well, he stayed in his chair anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's for Stuart Bingham. He was just desperate to win that frame there, and now he's back in it at 4 frames to 2.
Good start this evening if he's to get his hands on the Ray Reardon Trophy for the 2nd time.
Yeah, so it's 5-3 to Robertson. He needs 4 more frames to win. The best of 17, remember. Dominic is with me now. Earlier on, the quality of the snooker. Let's talk about that first of all, Dom, because for 2 players of their calibre, it wasn't brilliant, we must be honest. Are we going to get a better second session this evening?
Well, who knows? Stuart will have to cut out those rudimentary errors. He missed so many simple pots this afternoon. He's 2 frames behind coming into this final session this evening. He's going to have to play well, you would think.
Yes, 6-2 down going into this second session would have been a huge mountain for him to climb, but 5-3 and we've got a contest still.
Yes, I think Stuart would have had a long chat with Terry Griffiths to formulate a little cunning plan, if you like, coming out here this evening. And I think Stuart will try to win the first little mini session, the first out of those 4 frames, 3-1. That would level the scores up at 6-all. I think that's what he'd be gunning for.
We've talked a lot, haven't we, about the character of these 2 players and how they cope under pressure. Neil Robertson doesn't seem flummoxed or fazed by anything, really. Has that been a problem, though, for Bingham, you know, just keeping control of the nerves, do you think?
I don't know what the reason was this afternoon for those errors, those simple pots that he kept missing, and it was very costly for him. I think that's the main reason, really, why he's 5-3 down. You know, they're both multi-ranking event winners, and they're both capable of holding themselves up under pressure. And, you know, I expect a great match tonight. Let's hope it's a close match.
And despite the lack of quality, though, you have to say Stuart Bingham, he's got 11 centuries in this tournament. He's never got that many centuries in one tournament before.
He's a tremendous break builder, Stuart Bingham, as all the very top players are, and you've got two very attacking players, two very accomplished break builders here this evening, and I'm sure we're going to see further centuries.
What do you think is going to happen then?
Ooh.
Give us your prediction.
Neil Robertson, 9-6.
9-6 to Neil Robertson.
Yeah.
But quality-wise, is it going to be a good climax?
You can never tell. There's going to be a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure out there, and it's who copes with it the best.
Well, we're about to find out. There's a quiet hush over the Motorpoint Arena here in Cardiff. It is final night here on BBC Two Wales. It's time to get the players out for this decisive second session, and we're going to hand you over to our MC for the evening. It is, welcome back to Phil Seymour.
We welcome to the table, firstly, a winner here 2 years ago. He's the reigning English Open champion and the 2015 champion of the world, Stuart Bingham. And now his opponent, 14 times a ranking events winner, the Welsh Open champion in 2007 and the 2010 world champion. He's the Thunder from Down Under, Neil Robertson.
So who can add another major honour to their CV? It is time to find a champion in the commentary box this evening. Terry Griffiths and Willie Thorne.
There's nothing better than finals night, and that's what we've got today. Two of the greatest players in the game at this moment in time are conducting this best of 17 final. It has to be said, very disappointing both players with their form this afternoon, but that's what happens sometimes. Neil Robertson would think he probably should have won the session better than 5-3. But he'd be delighted to be in front going into this second session as he breaks off, leading by 5 frames to 3. Stuart Bingham would have been very disappointed with the session he played this afternoon, but in saying that, highly delighted to have pinched the last frame. Well, not pinched it, he made a wonderful break of 102, but he'd be delighted to be still in this match. Terry, I know you work with Stuart Bingham now. Was he obviously disappointed with his session this afternoon? How hard was it to get him motivated for tonight? Not hard, I wouldn't have thought.
No, it won't be hard. No, we had a discussion upstairs. Stuart's very good. He knows he wasn't playing well, but neither was Neil, you know, so it's we're all hoping for some really good stuff tonight from both players.
So the first mistake of this final session has come from Neil Robertson. Looks a bit anxious there, didn't he, when he sat down? Pink is available in the middle, the black's available in the right-hand corner, but I don't think it's available in the left, obviously not in the left. But
one.
fraction hard, but shouldn't be any real problem with the pink. And the key thing is to clear the pink spot, 'cause the black is out of play at the moment. He needs to get that pink spot available. Goodness me, I thought he missed that for a second. Looked high when he hit it.
7. 8.
Wanted to hit the red there, not the pink, because he needed the pink to stay on its own spot, so it would have been available in this left-hand corner. Still available in the middle, but he can't get on it from here, so he'll have to go up for the blue again. May decide to play ones into the middle pocket, which makes position easier on the pink. Stuart finished with a break 102, as we mentioned at the top of the show. What he wouldn't like for a frame-winning break from here and get to within one frame of Neil Robertson.
Well,
he needs to win 3 frames to get in front, but it'll be a good start if he gets this one.
21.
Of course, as Willie mentioned, if he does it with a big break, he'll be more confident going into the next frame as well. Sometimes when you win scrappy frames, you don't come out so confident for the next frame.
26.
Looking good here. I don't think the black goes anywhere, does it? I'm not sure from here, but it's on the pink, obviously. He's overdone that one. Black doesn't go right. I think it's very, very tight anyway. The near corners are not giving the players anything on this table. It's a bit thinner than he'd like on the blue.
Yeah, talking about the corners, Terry, they were playing very generous, I thought, until the table was reclothed and recushioned.
32.
You think all tables got big pockets because you never miss, really? That's what it is.
No, but they were generous, weren't they, earlier on this week? And the new rails have been put on, new cushions have been put on, and they've certainly tightened up a little bit on this table. This has been an excellent effort from Stuart. Obviously an easy opening red, but he's taken the rest of them very nicely indeed. Now got the pink available into at least 3 of the high-scoring pockets. Very shortly before.
$39. $40.
Won't be playing any cannon here. He'll be swinging it around 2 cushions to play for the one next to the pink. Just coming round to see if he can play off 1 cushion, but that red to the extreme left of the black is stopping him playing on and off the cushion that way. So the screw round 2 cushions, red next to the pink, would be probably his next choice. Are you kidding? He'd done all the hard work.
Stuart Bingham.
Didn't expect him to miss that one.
Could have turned out worse. Doesn't have to nail an easy shot to get started. Well, it was so difficult, he didn't even take a shot on, so you can see a mistake from the bad mistake from Stuart Bingham. He got away with it. Ball run Bingham, they call him. Not sure about that.
Got to be very careful with the blue here and taking this pot on. Managed to pop the red and miss the blue.
Whoa.
Not a good kiss on the brown, but you can guess what's coming next.
Stuart Bingham won.
Not the easiest escape here, of course. The closer the cue ball is to the object ball, with yellow in this case. But he can get to this left-hand cushion, playing off 3 cushions. Good attempt, but he's always going to leave something
Foul
on there.
and a miss. Stuart Bingham 4.
Looks like a one in the left centre pocket.
He knows that was a chance to win this opening frame, because he was been sure to get an extra 20 points from there, but I think he was more concerned about not leaving the red that's just above the black in the left-hand corner. He's covered that, but he just stroked it in and not worried about leaving that red. I'm sure he'd have potted it. Doesn't really want to move any of the reds around the black spot area, just purely because it makes the black become available, and the fact that he leads by 45 points needs to keep things tight. I'm sure that Neil can get through to this red quite easily. He can get through. This is Neil's first attempt at a pot in this frame. Oh, I didn't see that coming.
Stuart Bingham missed 2 shots thin, and now Neil, who's very good with those shots normally, caught it thick. Don't know what's happening down there. There are pockets there.
One.
Definite.
Now, as he judged it to perfection, the one next to the black is one he'd like to get rid of, because that would now free the black and make this obviously a frame-winning opportunity. Leads by 52. Just needs 2 more reds and colours to get within 1 frame.
Eight.
That certainly wiped its feet, didn't it, before it went in, but going off the far jaw at the moment, it seems better, obviously, than going off the near jaw. Left himself hampered on this black, so it's tricky. This will put him 60 in front, so just 1 more red needed after, should he pot this black. I say should he pot this black, I wasn't confident.
Stuart Bingham 8. One. Seven. Eight.
Great chance for Neil to get right back into the frame. It's going to be tough to get the clearance where the blue is, because brown to blue is going to be very difficult should he get that far. And the last red, with the black being off its spot, the last red that's on the back cushion here,
40.
It's going to be tough to get perfect on the pink, probably. But the key thing here is getting back into the frame.
Apart from that, it's straightforward. Very strong late in frames. Neil, if he gets chances, is
50.
very, very good. You expect him to clear up rather than think he's going to miss quickly. Now he's got the blue off the cushion. First shot, now he's got the black. If he pots this, gets on the red. There's not much stopping him clearing up apart from a poor shot.
A couple of shots ago, it looked very difficult for the clearance. That excellent shot to bring blue into play and get onto the black.
23.
Which makes this last red a lot easier, because you can just roll it in for the black again. You'd have to say, even though he's 30 points behind, he's just gone favourite in this frame. And this will hurt Stuart Bingham. There are 2 very, very comfortable chances to take
30.
the frame.
$31. $38.
The key here to leave the half ball green. It's no good finishing straight on this green. It'd be a long way away from the brown.
40.
So where does he want to leave the cue ball? Somewhere where it is now would be about perfect.
$43.
The ultra critical, that might have been 2 inches too hard. If he was 2 inches further in the table, it would be easy to stun across off one cushion for the blue. He's now going to try and get the cue ball somewhere around where the pink is, I would imagine. So that's what's been his eye line. He'll be playing this to get somewhere near the pink.
47.
And that looks to be absolutely perfect. What a pinch this will be. This has been an excellent clearance.
.52.
Never looked on when he first came to the table, and just that one shot earlier on where he played 2 shots in one almost, got the black in play, got the blue in play. But the rest has been absolutely
58.
out of the top drawer. What a wonderful clearance this has been. Well, it was a frame that Stuart Bingham should certainly have won. He'd be most disappointed. You can see the shake in his head, but Neil Robertson, remarkable clearance. He's gone 3 clear now at 6-3.
Yeah, Neil Robertson taking another step towards the trophy. And if you weren't with us earlier on, this is basically following the same pattern, isn't it, Dominic? So many chances that Bingham had earlier, didn't take them, and he's doing it again, just as where he thought that he'd come out and he'd improved. He's making mistakes again.
I know. Do you know what? The couple of balls that Stuart's missed in this frame here, I didn't really think would cost him. This one could have done, certainly, but he was very fortunate. Just have a look what happens here. The blue just catches the white, knocks it to the side cushion, gets away with that one. Could have left Neil right in there, but we're going to have a look at this red. Now, he plays this red, as Willie said, not to leave Neil Robertson a choice of reds into the left corner if he misses it. If he'd have rolled it in, he'd have probably potted it.
And then we have a missed black, which you'd have potted this all day long, wouldn't you, here in the practice room?
Awkward cueing, but he's only got to roll it in, and to be honest with you, even though he missed it, I really didn't think that would cost him the frame. It was a magnificent clearance from Neil Robertson. A real body blow, and this is what great champions recognise, weaknesses in their opponent. And Neil Robertson clearing up there would know that would be a body blow for Stuart Bingham. And there you go, 6-3.
And there you go, and off he went, Neil Robertson, and he did indeed clear up. And from here, that red going in, 50. And he was away.
Played the right shot, just happened to land perfectly on that red to screw off the cushion, develop the blue. He needed to do that, and he knew he'd already walked around the table to have a look at the angle on the black to see what sort of shot faced him, being a left-hander, not his side of the table, but made the clearance anyway. So
any kind of better feeling that Bingham would have had going into this tonight, having pulled one back just before the interval, is that now gone? Because it's now 6-3. I mean, he's got a 3-frame deficit once again.
Yes. Well, 6-3. Neil Robertson's getting ever closer to that victory target of 9 frames. So Stuart Bingham's going to have to find his A game very, very quickly now, I feel.
Just try to think of a precedent for this, where a player has missed so many opportunities, and yet you can look at his stats and he's got, 11 centuries over the course of the week.
Yes, but if you take his semi-final match, I think he made 4 centuries in 5 frames, but there were so many mistakes before those centuries were made. It wasn't as though he potted a long red to get in and then make the century.
So, another very important frame for Stuart Bingham, trailing 6-3.
Yes, obviously Stuart to be disappointed there. But it was a great clearance from Neil. The way things are going here, it could be all over before the interval. Needs another 3 frames across, and doesn't sound like a lot, 3 frames behind, but Stuart Bingham got to win 6.
Yes, I think the thing that'll hurt Stuart the most, he knows that of the 9 frames, he's probably been favourite to win 7 or 8 of them. He's been in control of a lot of frames and missed easy balls. Taking this on. It's not hit it hard enough though. It was on its way.
He's frightened in case he plays a push shot when the tip is still on the white when he hits it. He left a red on.
Not getting past the baulk line will disappoint him greatly there. The two reds that are down the left hand side there, I think the front one of the two will pass into the corner. There you can well just. Is it worth taking the risk though? Looks like he's thinking of playing up and down. Well, he's playing the deep screw back into baulk. This has got to be hit well. Well, look at the cue power there. Beautiful cue power. Well played.
Still look great for Stuart Bingham. Difficult to find a straightforward safety here. There's not really a pot on you could take a chance with. Just trying to roll onto the red towards the right corner pocket. Just hit that and hope he doesn't leave it on. If he would have hit it, he may have left it on because he's on the wrong side of it. Not quite sure if he played for the one by the black. He may well have. But it's hard to tell him.
Yeah, Neil.
That was an excellent escape. It was so dangerous, that shot, because if it had made contact with the red that's in open play on the right-hand side, he'd have been kissing it a half ball and left it on. Little surprised Neil's not playing off the red that's nearest the black here, because to free the black, you can still get the cue ball up into the baulk area.
One.
That's what you need when you're struggling, a little bit of luck. But at first glance, pink or green, not easy. Pink is the easiest shot of the two, but it's the shot to get the pink back into the business end of the table.
Stuart Bingham 1.
Well, obviously didn't fancy the green or the pink. I'm not sure the pink would have gone in its own spot, or you have to play with the rest for the pink, I think. But the green is a very thin cut. He's put Neil Robertson in a bit of trouble now. Looks from here he's trying to get the behind the red that's nearest to the black cushion. Oop. He'll take that.
One.
Not a great angle on the blue. He's in a lot of power, miss all the bar colours, which is difficult to do. So he's on a red here, on the right corner pocket.
6.
But he's going to have to put a lot of spin on to get back for the blue.
Seven.
Very well played. Just gone past the knuckle there. So that means he's got an angle now to come to the reds. He'd like to see the pink and black available, but at the moment they're not. The reds have spread very well. He's got a chance. I know a lot of the players that I work with practice the blues. Just put 15 reds up and put 15 reds on the blue. Because in break building, when balls, the pink and black, the big ones are not out, then you've got to make breaks with the blue. The bar colour will take you forever to make 100 break.
Just have the chance of playing the red in the middle and possibly going up for the pink this time. Don't necessarily have to play for the pink, because as Terry mentioned, these reds are nice to get onto the blue, but so hard to win a frame off just using the blue. You can probably count on one hand the number of times you can win a frame just with the blue.
$18.
It's a little bit risky here. He's looking at the red to the left of the pink spot and playing the screw just before the middle jaw and going up for the pink here, but if he doesn't get enough side on, he'll be kind of hampered by the green and brown. Sorry, the brown and yellow. So has he got enough side on this?
90.
Not quite enough. Doesn't have a great angle on this pink. Needs power to get back up to this end of the table. He needed to be almost on the yellow spot there with that last shot.
$25.
Looks nice, doesn't it? But unless the pink pot's in the left-hand middle, getting on the next killer is hard. I don't know whether he's got an angle on one of these reds to bring the red away from the black in potting it. The middle of those three reds that we're looking at there, it seems to have a nice angle to play that cannon on the red, but when you're struggling like Stuart is at the minute, it's a very precise shot he's thinking of there. So he may decide to go round two cushions for the blue. Let's just see if he decides to play the risky flick onto the black. No. Where's the cue ball going? What was that?
Stuart Bingham, 25.
Wow, that's hard to know what he played there. Surely it would have been better playing a little delicate shot to flick the red away rather than that one.
One.
Well, Neil's having a good look at the pink, and if it does pot, which it, for me it clearly does when we show you this next picture. Look at that, pots quite clearly. So why Stuart hit it so hard that last shot when he was just screwing it in and off the cushion, I don't know. Clearly pots, doesn't it, the pink? But there's no lonelier place out there when you're struggling a little bit. Everything looks difficult, and that's what Stuart's going through at the minute. Nothing looks plain sailing. Somehow he's going to have to get himself back in this match.
$17. $18.
Won't be too happy with that. You need to be top side of the blue. Yeah. There's room to go around the back of the green, but then it brings the yellow into play. So you may have to just roll this in and leave a long red. Now looking at the slightly more difficult pink. Very good.
$24. 25.
Doesn't really want to play a kiss on any red here. He's looking for a gap to bring the cue. Everything seemed to pot in the left-hand corner, but how does he get onto a red in the left-hand corner unless he swings it round through the gap of the two reds, or two cushions? Decided to play the cannon, and it's just about worked okay. You can see the bottom red just.
31. $32.
Clear misjudgment there, so Stuart may get back to the table quicker than he thought a moment ago. He could have stood out for the pink in the middle, but decided to try and get on into the corner, misjudged it, and a break.
Green ball. Neil Robertson. 32.
Behind, he'll be flicking off the red next to the black and trying to get the cue ball up near the green somewhere, but it has to finish near the green, otherwise this red to the left hand side will be available. He's got quite a big target. He's got about 2 feet that he can get the cue ball in where he's going to cover it. What on earth was that, I asked myself.
It really is tough when you're struggling out there.
1.
The simplest shots look terrible to you. Misjudge things and lack of focus, everything comes in.
$8.
Keeps checking the scoreboard, but it looks player of Neil Robertson's class that this frame should be all over now, but he's taking his time.
$9.
Doesn't want to be bridging over the pink. I think he is. That is a poor shot. Oh, you can just get to the side of that red, so that's okay. Just about. After 3 wobbles back and forth, dropped in.
15.
He's 25 points in front now.
16.
33 if he puts the black in. Still needs the red.
23. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can see you.
Just having the object ball cleaned because he knows this is frame ball. And in it goes. So another frame that's gone away from Stuart Bingham. He's having it all his own way at the moment, Neil Robertson.
Certainly
29.
has been for a long time. Neil Robertson, the best single ball potter in this game.
31.
Turned into a great break builder as well as he came through his career. The first time I seen him play was up in Prestatyn against Stephen Maguire for a qualifier to go to the World Championships, and he was a wonderful potter, but he never got position once.
38.
No, he's a great all round. His game is good.
43.
This is won the Triple Crown, the 3 major tournaments. There's only
49.
there's 11 people have done that. And won a lot of other tournaments as well. He's a tough competitor. Stuart Bingham is going to have to pick his game up quite a lot.
Yeah, it's going to need something very special indeed, isn't it, from Stuart Bingham now, you feel, with Robertson 2 frames away from victory here in Cardiff. And again, well, it's just miss of the day from Stuart Bingham, isn't it?
Yes, or at least another 2 mistakes in that frame, and it's ultimately costing this chance of winning this championship, really. We're going to have a look at them here. This red, you can see Stuart's position at the table there. He's just waiting to see what happens here with this red, and it comes down into a perfect position for Neil Robertson. Made a decent break from there, not a frame-winning break, but later on in the frame, have a look at this. Trying to play a safety shot, just needs to catch it the right-hand side of the red, catches it fractionally on the left, a double kiss, fatal. That was the last shot he played in that frame.
And you could just see how disappointed he is with that. How do you explain what is going on out there tonight then? Because Stuart Bingham is somebody who has won titles, plenty of them, and yet the pressure, the nerves are getting to him. He can't deal with it.
I don't know what's gone on. I know he's got his family with him in the players' lounge and everything. It's like an episode of Towie there. And yeah,
what?
Well, it's all Essex, isn't it, in the players' lounge? Yeah. But I mean, listen. I mean, there's something wrong. I don't know. He seems to be feeling some sort of external pressure that's causing all these mistakes. I've never seen Stuart in any match he's played miss so many easy pots.
He looks under so much stress and strain, Stuart Bingham, does he? Is it sometimes a difficult thing to have your family? You want your family there. If you're going to win a trophy, you want your family to be there for that big moment, join in the celebrations and everything, share in that moment. But can it sometimes hamper you to have them there?
Well, it depends on the personality of the player, doesn't it, I suppose. I mean, it's wonderful for them to share in your joy, but, you know, this is your sort of business conference, if you like. And do you have your friends and your family in a business conference? I know it sounds harsh. It is harsh.
You've got to have them there, though, haven't you?
Yes.
You want your family to be around you. In any case, it is Neil Robertson 7, Stuart Bingham 3. You cannot see Robertson slipping up from here if he's given the opportunities to go on and clinch this match, can you?
From 7-3, no, I can't. And hey, if he wins the next 2 frames, he's going to win this title with a session to spare.
But he is making fewer mistakes. That is the point. When he gets the opportunities, he is clinical. He's taking them, and he is making Stuart Bingham pay, isn't he? 7-3 now, the lead for Robertson.
Yes, he's only really winning frames off Stuart's mistakes, though. I don't think of the 7 frames he's won, he's got in himself earlier on in the frame and made a frame-winning break. It's always after Stuart's missed. It's been a really strange match. Neither player has played well. Obviously Stuart's going to play the pot on the red next to the blue, and he can hold for the blue, so the only red that you would think he could leave on is the one he's going for. Not been cueing these well today, but usually very, very good at this kind of shot. And he's still confident enough to play it.
The crowd love an underdog, don't they?
6.
Yeah, misjudgment there, catching the knuckles of that corner pocket.
Stuart Bingham, 6.
Yeah, when Stuart potted the long red, the blue was just slightly off its spot, and whether he, the catch in the jaws, look at the blue, just slightly off its spot. Now, when you're playing that shot, you know where the cue ball was going, and he perhaps just thought, well, the blue's on its spot, I can't go anywhere near the jaws. Just slight misjudgment that was, that's all.
Foul and a miss. Stuart Bingham, 4. Yeah.
Perfect angle. Pace is a bit slow. Not a certainty to cover all the
the
reds, even if he hits the pack. There's no one here, really.
Foul and a miss. Stuart Bingham, 4. Yeah.
I don't think they're liking the cushions.
Neil, Stuart.
Could be good. Wow. Perfect. If you hit the red above that, you'd have left a red on in the corner, but okay, he had a few attempts, but that's all he's worried about. He hasn't left anything on for his opponent. Good length on that safety shot from Stuart, but Neil's got the edge here. Back up to the balk, hopefully behind the balk colour, that's how they play it. That's not his best. It's fortunate that red didn't come on one of the corner pockets there, because he hit it much too thick, that's why he hasn't gone past the balk line.
Got to be a little bit careful he doesn't double this red over the other corner when playing this safety shot. That's why he played it slightly thicker than he wanted to, just to make sure the red came back into the middle of the table.
That's better. More difficult to hit a good safety here. You see his bridge hand is very close, but you've got to. It's got to be on the cushion. Oh. Well, There's a chance here with this red to the left corner. Stuart just clipped that red there on the side cushion.
Well, I was right behind that shot as he was playing this, and I thought he'd hit that perfectly. It just shows you these pockets are definitely tighter from the semi-final and final. You can see that Neil there thought he got that. Gee whiz. That would have swallowed it up on the table before the semi-final. Just a reminder to viewers at home that when it comes to the semi-final change, they changed the cushions and the bed. So these are not the same cushions as they've been playing with the early part of the week.
One.
And they're definitely tighter than they were before.
Give me a second, please, Stuart. Thank you. 7. 8.
Be using the pink at pace here to try and open the bunch and also stay on the red that's just to the right of the black, so slightly the left hand side of the pink he needs. Yeah, got the left hand side, but I think he may have been fortunate because he didn't play for this red like this. He was hoping to be on the one below,
15.
But that's going to help things. That red sprung out as well.
16.
He can win these 2 frames and go into the interval 7-5. He'll still feel as well in the match. Can't afford to lose another one before the interval.
23. 24. 31.
45 in front now, Stuart. You can have a bit of awkward bridging here. You see he's got to lift his hand up. It's a bit unsteady then.
32.
But he's okay there. I think it's a must. He must win this game. From this position, he must win it. Otherwise, he'd be going backwards. Now then, has he come out far enough? I think so. No, it hasn't come far enough. He can't pot that ball unless you put side in it, and it's too far. The cue ball's too far away to put side and to throw it over. He's having a good look. Fractions. Another inch over with the cue ball to the right, and it'd have been perfect.
It must be frustrating for Stuart the way he's played this week. He's been undoubtedly the better player of the two over the week's play. 11 centuries he's made. And today, this is another frame. He's always been dictating the frames and then just missing easy balls to let Neil in. Neil's been hanging on to his coattails and just mopping up when Stuart's missed. So you've got to give a lot of credit to Neil Robertson, the way he's played this match. Another excellent safety shot. And what a reply from Stuart. Excellent.
That looked easy, that shot, but try it on the table and drop it dead weight. Last roll of the cue ball is touching the red. Perfect. He's done it again. Gets 30, 40, 50 points in front. Just cannot believe, can he, how things are going
Punching
wrong.
the table.
Well, the referee's telling him off for punching the table, but not the referee's. It's not the referee's. Well, why should he tell him off for punching the table?
What?
He's aggravated. Punches the opponent is like this, tell him off.
Eight.
That was a poor shot from there, wasn't he? He had plenty of room to go around the back of that red. So Stuart will be absolutely delighted that mistake has only cost him 8 points.
Neil Robertson, 8.
quite sure if it's covered all the reds, but he almost has. If he can get past that brown for the reds above the black spot, he's okay. Very tight. There you see down the line. Only problem is for Neil, of course, is that red between the blue and brown. He'd have to play good safety not to leave that one. So he's looking at a plant now, which is, it's a long way from dead straight, as you can see. And there's what, 3 or 4 inches between those two reds. It can be made, but not like that. Very risky shot that was. Of course, these two players are big winners in the tournaments, in the professional game, and when it gets tough towards the end, the first thing they do is play the aggressive shot. And then, tough task here for Neil Robertson. He could roll up to the 2 right just below the pink spot. Dead weight. Oh, he played it a different way than I would have. You had to roll out dead weight. And then wouldn't have been able to pot anything. He's left him red now. Good chance, 45 in front. Oh, somebody walking down there in his eye line. He enjoyed the walk anyway.
Whoa.
No, I didn't disturb him. No, then. One red safe there on the cushion. Otherwise, everything is on. All the reds are on. $53 in front. 83 left on the table.
8. 9. $40. 15.
Just one more red to close the deficit. It still looks the more aggressive of the two.
20.
He's getting lots of
21.
chances. So I don't think he's out of this match yet.
$28. 29, thank you. $31. $32. $37. $38. $43.
Well, no massive breaks in that frame, but to be very relieved, Stuart Bingham breaks to 39 and 43, closes his deficit to 7 frames to 4.
So there we go, call off the search for Stuart Bingham's form. We found some life in him, and well, he guarantees that we will have an interval as well, so we'll have a chance to just to regroup and reassess. Having pulled that frame back, it's not going to be a straight run to the end for Neil Robertson. That's more like it from him.
Yes, I suppose. He did play a poor safety shot in that frame, and Neil had a great chance. If he'd knocked that long red in, I don't think we're going to get a chance to look at it, but he wobbled a long red into the left-hand back pocket.
Here it is.
Yeah, here it is. Now, if this goes in, Neil's got a magnificent opportunity for 8-3. It didn't go in, and Stuart didn't win it in one go there, but you know, 2 chances, 39-43, I think it was. You know, if you look at these first 3 frames this evening, Stuart's been comfortably in first every time, and he has been in a lot of frames throughout this match so far. And if he'd have taken his chances, he could have been winning this match quite comfortably himself. So that's a disappointing thing from his point of view.
So he should have won the first 2 frames this evening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful clearance in the first frame from Neil Robertson, but really should have had the opportunity to make that clearance.
If you look at the long pot success, that's a bit of a key indicator, isn't it? Because Robertson, only 39% long pot success. Bingham, 71%. So he's getting himself into strong positions, but then it's his short game, isn't it, that's letting him down?
These inexplicable misses. I mean, sometimes I'm sitting here looking at what he's going to play for off a red or a colour, and then I look down, he's missed the colour or the red, you know, and it's quite, it's exasperating when you're watching. You just don't know what to think or where the next mistake's coming from.
Imagine what it's like for him. Well, we can remind you what it's like for him, because he showed his frustration when he missed this opportunity and then got a bit of a ticking off from the referee. So there we go. That was the, you know, that was the poor shot, and then the show of frustration. I think the referee ticked him off for that, didn't he?
They can do. Referees don't like you to show aggression as a snooker player. It's not like tennis where you can smash a racket. You can get a sort of mild verbal warning from an umpire. They don't like to see that sort of behaviour. It's too aggressive, really, in our sport.
Could you get fined if you show too much aggression?
Oh no, you may get a warning, and then the referee could issue a second warning, and the third time he could, I don't know what he could do, to be honest with you. Maybe dock a frame, maybe, possibly.
It wouldn't be looked upon very favourably, would it?
No.
So Robertson 7, Stuart Bingham 4. How do you see this last frame going before the mid-session interval?
Well, it's all mind games, isn't it? If Stuart Bingham could win this next frame and reduce the deficit to 2 frames, it'd be as you were, 2 each, the first 4 frames at the interval, then I suppose psychologically the balance could be with Stuart. He'd have a bit of momentum going, and all of a sudden he's right back in the match with 2 frames behind. You'll have a chance again. So this next frame is quite important, I think, for both players.
Because I know we saw a whitewash in the semi-final last night. I mean, Robertson won 6-0 against Hossein Vafai. But really, getting to this stage of the tournament, you wouldn't expect anyone to have a completely clear run at the trophy, would you?
No, not when you've got 2 players that are just 2 places behind each other in the rankings. One's ranked 10, one's ranked 12, so, and you've got 2 very experienced players out there. You wouldn't expect a runaway victory, no.
Well, they're both back in, and we've got one more frame Before the interval, Robertson
Bingham to
7,
break.
Bingham 4.
Well, there is a red on there if Neil fancies it. But as they mentioned, his long potting is very good in this game. 39%. He's only made 7 out of 18 long pots. Neil is normally 18 out of 18. Not quite at it yet. Didn't play the pot there. Safety it was, and okay, Neil can get towards the right hand side of the park. Okay, where the ball's going to go. Yeah, not bad. Ooh, if it comes behind the green, it'll be good. Not quite.
You can just see enough of this red to play the pot. There's a little bit of movement there, wasn't there, in his back arm, but at least he's got the cue ball relatively safe.
Yes, be careful of this shot because that if he's playing a safety, that red could be available in the right middle if he didn't hit it correct. That's good.
If the cue ball was a couple of inches further away from the cushion, he'd take this on and screw back. That's the strength of Neil Robertson, the power game. He's still thinking of doing that now. Power game, his biggest strength.
The object ball, the red in this case, I mean, they jump in when they hit the corners. It's quite noticeable. Of course, he hit that quite hard to get the backspin on. So once again in this match, the reds are wide open early on. I think the black goes in both corner pockets. Just a defensive safety there. It's amazing what happens when the balls are all out, not in the pack. And then after like 10 minutes of safety play, they're all safe again. Both these players, of course, are more attacking than defensive. Both very good scorers in the balls.
Probably wondering why Stuart didn't take the red that's at the top end of the table. It's always, should be easy, shouldn't it, to get the red past one of the baulk colours and back up into this end of the table. It's amazing how big those baulk colours are when you're playing it, but Neil's going to try and put the white 6 inches away from the top corner pocket, tied on the cushion. And that makes his next safety shot difficult, as long as he finds the cushion. Hasn't quite. Oh, is Stuart going to play the deep screw? He feels it's not an easy safety shot back to baulk. That's the one he'd be taking. The long red, trying to screw the white back.
And he's playing inside the red for a safety. 2 cushions. Didn't fancy the pot, I don't blame him. It's very well played. Neither Robertson can't see any of the reds on the right hand side of the table.
One.
Superb shot to get out of trouble. I think unfortunate there, of course, to kiss that yellow. Just 1 point for that visit. So far anyway, I don't think he'd be potting anything from there.
Yes, we were just talking a few moments ago how poor his long potting's been in this match, but that made up for it, didn't it? Great pot. Any other kiss of the yellow would have been on the yellow or baulk colour.
Neil Robertson 1. Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
No, there's a long red there. He could take on if he wanted to.
Back, yeah.
But putting it back he has. Yep. Stuart could see the red. It's just that he tried to cut it so thin that he missed it completely. So they could reset it now. Always difficult, but
yeah.
Referees and markers all do it. Make a good job of it. bit better, but it got a bit thick this time. It hasn't passed the baulk line. May take this on. Very adventurous, I thought.
Clips in the middle quite comfortably. He has to avoid the kiss on the green and brown. Missed them both. Now how's the pace? Has he got round all the blue in the middle? Doesn't look like it. Bemused at where that cue ball has finished. Now is it time to push the boat out a little bit? He knows if he wins this frame, he's right back into the match.
Stuart Bingham hasn't potted a ball now for 39 minutes or 40 minutes now. Just over 40 minutes. It's a long time.
Thanks, Stuart. Thank you.
Lots of safety play, as I mentioned earlier. The Reds are all split in the open, but then the safeties are now tightening it all up. It's all, the Reds are all one side of the table, more or less. Good length. There's 5 Reds now near the black cushion. Doesn't help anybody, that really. And does this Red go? The left corner? Not quite.
I think the one to the left of the pink will cut in, and he can get the cue ball back somewhere where it is now. If he can cue it, that is, he may be hampered by the green to be able to play the shot comfortably. There you can see it just about passes that red, but a little bit too dangerous with him being hampered by the green. Is he playing thin off it, or is he trying to get the pot? Whatever the equation, he'll be getting the white near the green.
Bit of a messy table now. I don't think Neil can see any of the Reds on the right-hand side of the table. There's only one red on the right-hand side, and the black's in the way. Playing a screw back, I think. May go off this red. Wow. Almost went in straight. Oh, you hit that nice. Look at the length he got from that. Very good. Got a few more reds into play anyway. If you got in as the balls are set now, you'd be lucky to make 10. There's a good hour left in this frame, I think.
Yes, it's hard to play a telling safety shot from here. He'd love to be able to screw back towards the green, but the reds are going to be coming up and down the table unless he plays into the pink. He tried to play into the pink, but he's got a good white. That'll do nicely.
Man, he took a chance there. Not quite sure if Stuart, when it looks as if he can get to one of those reds there by the black.
Whoa.
Now then. He's going to have to try and get those 5 reds on the black cushion a bit more in the open. But at least it's his chance.
7.
Just 7 points to 4 in 19 minutes this frame. Been a lot of safety play and shots missed when they should have perhaps done a break. They all count for 1.
$12.
Now then, does he finish low on this green and try and make something happen? Ideally, like to stump off the green and hit the 3 reds at pace. It's a lot easier to go into from the green than the blue here because the pinks are going to may have to play some part in that. He's played up for the blue.
13.
And because of the angle he's got now, he's going to struggle to make a cannon on anything with power.
$18.
When you're not playing at your best, which clearly Stuart is not at the moment, you don't particularly like to play these slow roll-ins. Little stunned, trying to leave the pink 3/4 ball.
Went
all out for the screw shot, and he has an angle on this pink. Now, if the white's definitely going to kiss the black, he can roll the pink in and just rest on the black, and knowing that the red to the left of the black will pot. But went all out to bring the 3 reds into play, and that's not worked out wide. Unlucky.
25.
Matter of fact, he's kissed that red, and only 6 reds on the black cushion. You don't see that often.
Stuart Bingham, 25.
Well, he's got himself right back into the match, really. I mean, that 21-point lead where the balls were is equivalent to about a 50-point lead if the reds were in open play. And in that one shot, he's put 5 reds in play now, so 5 reds and 5 colours. Neil Robertson will be 20-odd points in front with 4 reds safe. Strange choice.
1.
Yes, trying to make something happen rather than wait and play a bit more safety. You can understand why.
Seven.
Starting to look now if you can get an angle on. Pot this red, get an angle on the black to bring those reds out.
8.
I play for the pink. There you go. He's got another chance here. You can get at one of the 2 reds there just above the cue ball. And pot the one that's more to the left.
$15.
Now then.
Yeah, sure.
This on pink or black. Can't quite see the angle on this black yet, but you just have a look if you can cut the nearest red of the pocket there into this left corner pocket after potting this black. No, the best thing you can do here, I don't think is the pink. I think you could go up for the blue. I'm not sure if you can hold for the pink. Need a nice angle, the blue, you can come in with those 4 reds.
23.
And he's got it. So those 4 reds there, he just needs to miss the black, pink and black. Then as the two on the left you see, you may get a double kiss on that and they stay there. And he's waiting now. Once again, for an angle on the black to go into those 4 reds.
28.
Do you think he could split those well, really? Do you feel?
He's got to be on the black high, hasn't he? Really high.
Yeah.
And he's got to judge it to perfection. He needs to screw back 4 or 5 inches only. Just overscrewed it. Played to finish on the 3/4 ball black. And as you can clearly see, it's got too much into the cue ball.
And being a left-hander, if you could reach it, it's not so bad perhaps, but is it worth taking it on? There's only 8 points in front, Neil.
I don't think he gains any advantage by playing the safety though, because it's going to be highly unlikely he's going to get more than 4 points out of it. If I was in this situation, I'd rather pot the pink in the middle and then play the first safety shot yourself. But decided to play the safety now.
Neil Robertson, 29. One.
That's a slight reprieve for Stuart, because if he finished high on the black there, he would have easily got onto the 3 reds that are on the back cushion. The only way he can get nicely on those 3 reds is by taking the pink. He's going to be a long way away from this next red should he just roll the black in. Still the top red of the 3 should be easily pottable, but slightly more difficult than you would like. This is the longest frame of the match so far now, coming up to 28.5 minutes.
Nine.
You cut that a bit thick because it stopped the cue ball running high enough to have a straightforward black and get on those 2 reds. Pink is not easy, you'd have to play a big screw back. 2 cushions to get to these reds. He's just 17 points in front at the moment.
Well, surely he's not thinking of putting the brown safe and not taking the black. I mean, you can be too careful sometimes at this game. I think at the moment he's trying to be too careful. He's trying not to make any mistakes at all. And Stuart will be delighted to come back to the table. Rather than, if he pots the black, he could play with check side. If he doesn't get on the red nicely, he can play a good safety shot.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, you'd rather be 24 in front than 17, wouldn't you? Big target there with 2 reds, of course. Stuart Bingham is snookered again with these 2 reds behind blue, pink and black. Hello.
Foul.
Oh,
In a miss. Neil Robertson 7. Yes.
Okay, he's got him. Give 7 points away.
Yeah, he's still on his spot now, Stuart, yeah.
Maybe putting it back now, I should think. Nothing there to go at.
Yeah.
The difference from the previous shot that he played, his cushion, is that the 2 reds were a big target, but this time there's only 1 red to hit you, and you look at it like that. That's very good. Could have gone wrong. This misrule can drive you mad sometimes if you miss and give a lot of points away. Well, you was very fortunate that he's put the blue safe and the white on the cushion.
Absolutely, both to his advantage, of course, being 24 points in front. Both players have been hitting that shot thick all day, haven't they, that safety shot?
Safety's not easy here either, not to play a positive one. Oh, that's a poor safety. You've got to put the object ball safe. I couldn't see why you played that. You had a few options. I didn't think that was one of them. Now then. Wow. Did he hit that hard enough, do you think? They're struggling out there.
I think the reason he played it so hard, he was trying to pot that and cannon into the red on the cushion and hopefully bring that into play and get on the black. The red's there.
One.
And the angle he has on the black is pretty good. He can bring the other red into play. This will put him 32 in front. Half ball kiss on the red. Well, you're kidding me. I didn't even play to bring the red into play. I can't believe that. I cannot believe what I've just seen there. It was a natural to bring the red into play, but decided to play ultra safely. He knows how important this frame is. I understand what he's thinking, but surely you've got to take a chance to bring the red into play.
Neil Robertson 8.
Oh, that was a good hit. And he's got his safe as well. You're never guaranteed of that getting out of a snooker. But what you got to do, you got to hit the red.
Just pot though by the yellow terrier. It doesn't look like it until you see this shot. It's not there. Oh, has he got it safe? He has.
To be fair, he played that shot. He played behind the brown as well and hit it softly. You could have hit it a bit harder and may have potted it, but who's to know? I mean, the balls are not in a bad position if Stuart gets a chance. I think that blue does slip into the centre pocket if the white is close to it. So. You'd think that with 32 points in front, if you'd have potted that red, he was safe. But he, obviously he's gone a little bit defensive. I can understand that, but this is a major ranking event, you know. And some people find, well, okay, I want to do it this way.
Catches it full ball, he may well snooker Stuart back here. Caught it half ball. Now Stuart's got the chance now to get the upper hand on the safety. He could play the potter if he wants to and come round the back of the yellow for pink or black, but it's a very easy snooker, whichever way he wants to play it. Decided on the snooker. Now all of a sudden Stuart Bingham's back in the frame, and Neil Robertson has been very negative in this latter part of this frame.
Foul and a miss. Stuart Bingham 4, yes.
Wow, how thin was that? I almost missed that again. I wonder if Neil is thinking about that red he didn't have a good go at past the yellow. If he does lose this frame. A long way from losing yet, but look at this. Look at this. Ow! Oh, a bit unlucky. I think we may be able to see the edge, but that slight swerve anyway would do the job. And now you can see it. Can't see it full ball, but you can see 3/4 of it. Hello. No more than half a chance, this one. Most of the players now, when they're in this type of tight situation, you know, are happy enough to try and knock a few balls safe so their opponent can't clear in one mistake they make. Oh, whoa. Oh, hit that well. That was a tough pot, that was. Considering he's hadn't potted the ball for a long time. A lot of safety. I think that blue may drop in dead weight if he gets that far, but then he'll be a long way from the pink, obviously. Not easy, this.
Yes, if the brown wasn't in the way, he may decide to bring the blue into play from this yellow, because the green would still be relatively easy. But the brown's in the way to screw it in and move the blue.
Five.
Going to be tough to get onto the brown nicely now with the angle he has on the green. May decide just to pot the green and leave the white somewhere not quite near the yellow spot, but somewhere like that, and play the snooker in behind the blue and push the brown up towards the pink and black. That may be in his mind. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
8.
He could even play the slow pot, knowing that the cue ball was going to be right up against the blue.
Stuart Bingham 8.
Doesn't really want the brown to be so close to the pocket, because it's not beyond the realms of possibility. If Neil hits it, he could pot it. He's right back in this frame now. It's all because Neil has gone ultra negative in this frame. That's a very good hit. Surprised if this putting the brown anywhere near the blue for Stuart to possibly rest up behind the blue, and just if he moves it half an inch and knocks the blue on, all of a sudden it's anybody's game. Now, has he knocked that blue half an inch? He has. Now all of a sudden whoever pots the brown you think is going to win the frame. Just had a quick look at the potting angle. If the white wasn't near the cushion, you fancy him getting close to this, but this is tough if he decides to just roll it in. That was very, very dangerous. Needs a bit of help. I didn't fancy him to pot that, and what makes matters worse, he's brought the blue into play now. Does he have any sort of angle on this brown to be able to get onto the blue? I don't think he can get onto the blue. Oh, is this blue cuttable from there? Yes, it is. I thought he'd be going further down. Now this is a frame that Neil Robertson would be horrified that he's lost.
9.
There was a little bit of a bounce off the cushion there, but any sort of three-quarter ball kiss on the black is no problem. I don't know how he's won it, but he has. A frame that Neil Robertson was too ultra careful. No high breaks of any significance, but that's put Stuart Bingham back in this match. They've shared the opening session 2-all with 7-5 at the interval.
Yes, indeed. How on earth did Stuart Bingham win that? But he has won it. A 47-minute slog, that one. But how crucial could that prove to be for Stuart Bingham as we head into the mid-session interval? 47 minutes of grind and grunt and all kinds of, well, mistakes again, as we're going to see from Bingham, despite the fact that he won it. But let's look at some of these mistakes first of all before we analyse the good stuff.
Yeah, well, these are never easy. When the object ball is almost on a cushion rail, you know, to actually knock that plant in, you're asking, you just couldn't resist the temptation of taking that on. And in the end, he wasn't on the black anyway.
And there was this poor long shot as well, this poor safety shot.
Yeah, do you know, when the object ball's absolutely on the cushion like that, you have to hit them very thin or the cue ball just dies, goes nowhere, and that's what happened there. And I think you saw there was another safety shot later on in the frame, and he did the same thing.
Well, he's almost biting his cue in frustration there, Stuart Bingham. And then there's this, where he almost sends the ball off of the table in frustration. Well, this is wild, isn't it?
A little bit. He just, a bit flustered on that shot. It wasn't. There was a lack of composure there for me, and it just rushed into it. Just the pressure of the occasion. It's a huge frame in the context of the match, and it's understandable. You know, both players are feeling the pressure.
Fascinating game of chess there towards the end, wasn't it? With you know, the snookers and the brown and where the blue was. Ultimately, it was Robertson's mistake on the brown, which.
Well, you know, Stuart had taken the pressure off Neil really in a way, because his previous shot, he put the blue safe. Well, would you believe it? I mean, he's missed the brown, it's come round off two cushions, developed the blue, left the brown on. Everything that could have gone wrong in that shot for Neil Robertson did. But I've got to agree with Willie Thorne. I mean, Neil Robertson, he's 7-4 ahead, he's about 32 ahead on the last red, and he starts playing all kinds of negative shots. I can't understand why. And it's cost him. It's
cost him there, and 7-5 now. What a comeback this would be from Bingham, were he to turn it completely around.
I'm sure coming into this evening's session, Neil Robertson would have been happy to share the 4 frames, but the way this evening's session's gone, those first 4 frames, he won't be now. He'll go into his mid-session interval kicking himself for not being, you know, having that big cushion that he should have had. Yeah. He should have been a frame away, and he's not. He's got work to do now.
We can see Neil Robertson behind us here, who's going to do a little bit of a practice during this mid-session interval. Let's, well, we'll be back with it in just a few moments then, but we are going to show you this item now, because it's a very special night for Terry Griffiths. He's going to be presenting the winner with the trophy this evening. It marks the 40th anniversary of his title success, his World Championship title success in Sheffield. It was a remarkable win. He'd been a pro for just 7 months, and he got through 2 qualifying rounds to win it. So Terry's been reflecting on that and, well, a lifetime in snooker.
A Greek shepherdess. I think I met her before, yeah.
Terry Griffiths here, 31-year-old, former English amateur champion on 2 occasions.
It's a long time ago. Time seems to go very quickly, you know, as you get older, it's worse, you know. I mean, I retired 21 years ago, 1997. I'm thinking, 21 years. The first year, 79, obviously it was only the second tournament I'd played. I lost in the UK Championships. Then when I went to Sheffield, my ambition was to get a few exhibitions, because in those days I only could play in 2 events. Because to be honest, we didn't have much money. My wife had gone back to work, children and everything, and bills as everybody else has. And then I had a disaster. I drew Perry Mans. He was number 2 in the list. And the other person in the hat was Ray Reardon. And if I had drawn him, I think I would have lost, because he's my hero, you know, he's brilliant. Next thing, the BBC said they were going on strike on the day I was playing Perry Mans. I was devastated. It's very little I'm asking for in it. That's all I want is a few exhibitions of my face on the TV. I think that's why I won. Because with me, I was just there to have that, and everybody else wanted to win the tournament. I thought I had no chance of winning the tournament. Then I beat Alex Higgins 13-12, which was a great match, the best match I've ever played, I think. And I'd done 125 from the break-off in the last frame. And I always remember Alex Higgins, and he said, I had a kick on that red when I missed the long red. It was a great match. I loved playing Alex Higgins. He was so exciting, you know. So then I went through then from there, and I was very relaxed, to be honest. So I lost 14 pounds in Sheffield. Lost 14 pounds. Stress, no time to eat, don't sleep. You know, I was just getting further on. I never played as many friends as I played there in my life. Before I was an amateur, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, the final was first 24. The Crucible, when you go there for the first time, it's a wonderful place to go and play. I'm sorry for any professional snooker player that hasn't qualified for the Crucible, because it's the ultimate place to go. I've gone there and had the strongest mind I've ever had in my life at times, and other times I can't get off the chair, I'm so frightened. That's what it does here. It's like I suppose, like Wembley in the big football matches, or Twickenham, or Cardiff Arms Park, or whatever you talk about. It's just a wonderful place to go. With the semi, I played Eddie Charlton, who obviously is a tough competitor, and I got well in front of him, and all of a sudden I just couldn't see the ball. So, you know, I was so tired. It's amazing, you know, it's a huge different experience from the life I've had. All of a sudden I came back late on against him, and I think I beat him 1917, which was my famous. I'm in the final now, you know, with David Vine.
Played well in the last few frames. I just couldn't get my rhythm earlier on because Eddie stops you playing, you know. I'm in the final now, you know. Very good.
And then I played Dennis then. I was well in front of Dennis, and again I couldn't play. I was so tired, and I thought, I've come all this way now, and what I'm got to do, I'm not interested in getting in this final. I'm going to win the championships. And I didn't have the right to say that, because Dennis, obviously, is a very good player. I'm glad he won the world after, because it's not great when you lose up there, you know. But then I came out and I was just buzzing. And
Dennis Taylor concedes a great performance by a very cool and calculated snooker star.
It's strange, you know, the thought of winning the World Championships is something, you know, you dream about. But when it happens, it sort of goes flat all of a sudden. You've won the World Championship and blah, blah, blah. And I'm a working man, and you know, I'm not used to being in places I was going to. Like at one time, I was booked up for 7 months for exhibitions. It was hard for me to take in all those things. It is, you know, it is different. The next thing, they're asking me to go up to London to do this thing and filming, and there's people saying, "Hello, Terry," and thinking, I don't know them, man. Who are they then? All of a sudden I get used to it, and then I'm having press and talking, and it's starting to get a little bit, you know, the old ego is coming in with all that, you know. But I never thought I'd win, but it was nice, you know. I could, you know, do things and buy things for my family and my children. It changed my family's life, not my life. It'd be wrong to say just my life, but all of a sudden I had lots of money, you know, and just looking, you know, to pay the bills like a month later. And now, you know, I was on £3,000 a year with the Pearl Assurance. That was good money then, very good money, you know. On my first year, I earned £75,000. We didn't know what to do with it. You know, my wife was like me. She comes from a council house, and you get all this money. You think, well, let's spend it. And then one day, a friend of mine who used to go to amateur play, used to come down and practice with me. And we're going up the M6, and it's empty and down with rain. I'm driving up to somewhere for an exhibition. And my friend's gone, "Do you know, Terry, it doesn't matter where you go or what you do, you'll be champion of the world." So I always remember him saying, "He's a Welsh fight from Neath, you know, Mario Burnley." And I thought, good God, Of course I am. It's about 6 months later after the championship this was. So you find, what I did find out and I think about is winning isn't everything. It never is, because nobody wins all the time, nobody. In any sport, really. You know, well, Liverpool do, but I mean, nobody else. When I was playing, I had nobody to speak to. My dad used to come with me, he'd say, you know, you played well today, boy, well done, or, you know, you didn't play so well today, and then there's 4 hours, we drive home, he doesn't say anything. But what I wanted to do is help people to play better.
Probably the best coach in the world now. He was in my corner when I sort of won my title, and yeah, I can't speak highly enough of the man. Absolute gentleman.
You know, he's just one of the legends of the sport, and he's one of the best in the top 3 best Welsh snooker players ever.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say a bad word about him, and that just sums up the guy.
He's a legend. I've been working with him for a few years, and also he does everything he could on me.
Take away the snooker and all that sort of stuff. He's just a lovely guy. You know, he hasn't really got a bare bone in his body.
I had the dream of coaching professional people. There's no guarantee. So I used my club, my snooker club in Llanelli, the matchroom, to sort of learn how to coach people of different standards. I love doing it. I love writing things to them about their mind, the mental things. I work on a lot with the players now, not so much as the technical as I used to. And I just love doing that as well. I mean, I can't win a game for them, you know what I mean, but I do help them, and the boys, obviously, you know, they tell me they enjoy working with me and all that, but for me, when they lose, I'm devastated. Just as much as I would have been when I was playing professional. Now, when they win, it's like, oh, better than when I won. Go on, son, get in there. Yes, it's 6-5 to mark. Yoo-hoo! I've had a great life so far, and I hope I get a bit more. I don't want to really retire from the coaching, because every time I think I'm going to do it, because I'm getting on in age, obviously, I'm 71 now. But then I started thinking, how much I miss it. It's not for the money or nothing, it's just that, what else am I going to do? You know, I mean, I can't do a lot in the garden these days as I used to, which I love and still do, but I don't know. I won't be much longer, I don't think, a few years perhaps. When I go to the Crucible, I see my photo up on the wall. I'm going to go like this, but I don't. Yeah, it's good.
You can imagine how many times Terry Griffiths has talked about that world title success 40 years ago, but when you listen to him talking about it there, it's as if it's the first time. Dominic, isn't it? I mean, you know, tremendous stuff. And a special moment for him tonight to be able to present the winner with the trophy this evening.
Definitely, absolutely. I mean, so much to Terry, he'll enjoy it, and what a great final we've got for him to be part of as well, I suppose.
Yeah, and especially if it's the guy he coaches, Stuart Bingham, who actually ends up getting his hands on the trophy. But it's interesting what he says, isn't it, Terry, about, you know, as soon as he'd won the world title, it goes flat very quickly afterwards. And that's true these days, isn't it? Because there are so many tournaments that you play in that, you know, whoever wins here tonight, in a few days' time, they'll be trying to qualify for another tournament in a leisure centre somewhere.
I know, yeah, in the Chase Leisure Centre in Cannock in Staffordshire, yeah. I'm actually due to play tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, so good luck.
4:30 train in the morning.
I know, it's great. Hope this goes on until midnight. No, I mean, that's exactly what snooker's like these days. But, you know, going back to Terry's era, he was 31 when he turned professional, but nowadays players are turning professional 18, 19 years old and younger.
There was so fewer tournaments in those days, weren't there? But these days, there's no time to dwell on any success, is there? It's just, I've won that, right? It's on the CV, I move on to the next one.
That's exactly right. I mean, what do you do? I mean, you might have one day just to you know, with your family, and then all of a sudden, well, yeah, I suppose you don't need to practice too much for the next event if it's just 3 or 4 days away, do you? Obviously, your form's there, it's a given. But you've got to come down from it and then refocus for another match. And it's an important match. It's to qualify for Beijing.
And let's not forget, the current world champion is Welsh, of course, Mark Williams. It seems a long time since he went out of this tournament. It was way back in the second round. What kind of state is he in to defend that title in a couple of months' time?
Well, he'll be ready for it. He'll work himself up for that. So he'll make sure he's well rested. And I'll tell you what, when he's out there at the Crucible, when he actually gets, even when you're driving towards the Crucible, knowing you're participating in the World Championships in the last 32 stage, and you're going to be playing in a couple of days, you start feeling the butterflies as you get towards Sheffield, because the snooker fans in and around Sheffield, they absolutely adore the game. And you'll meet so many people in the street who say, oh, hi Dominic, or hi Mark in his case, you know, and they want your autograph and photographs, and it's wonderful, really. I mean, there'll be a time, of course, when nobody will recognise it.
Well, we have two former world champions in action here this evening, of course. Let's get back to the business of who could win the Welsh Open. Robertson 7, Bingham 5. We have a match on our hands again. What's going to happen from here?
Oh, well, this next frame is very important for both players. I think particularly really for Neil Robertson, because he's really lost a frame there that would have put him within a frame of victory, and now he's got to do it all again. And well, those signs of negativity there in that frame before the interval, if he carries on in that sort of mode, I can see Stuart Bingham getting right back into this match.
It's been, well, not faultless, not flawless, but fascinating nonetheless here in Cardiff. Let's see this through to the conclusion then. Darren Morgan now alongside Willie Thorne.
Thank you. The 13th frame. Neil Robertson to
Neil
break.
Robertson breaking off in frame 13. I just wonder what his interval's been like, because he knows he should be at least 4 frames in front and not 2. But yeah, got to give every credit to Stuart Bingham, who has been all at sea today so far, but he's stayed with him. He's hung on to his coattails, but still playing catch-up.
Yes, he is still playing catch-up, but I bet he can't believe he's still in this match. He's missed a lot of balls today. There's no problem with that one. And that tells you he's feeling a lot more confident in the pace that he's played that one at. Long way short the bulk line, which was played. This time I think he might be a little bit short. He might just have got there. If not, he's still got the one to the right centre. This has been a real strange sort of a match all day. Both players threatening at some point. Looking like they start to cue really well. And then start missing.
Five.
Well, that was very well played, very confidently struck.
$12. 13. $20.
Apart from when he won the 3rd frame to make it 2-1, he's always been at least 2 frames behind throughout this match.
21.
Yes, and look at his face. It's a completely different Stuart Bingham, this. The material, what happens? Looks like he's meaning business now. The last 5 or 6 shots he's played, been struck really confidently.
28.
Obviously, if he was to go on and win this frame and cut his deficit just to 1 behind, Neil Robertson will be thinking, what's going on? He's had his chances to put this match away. Well, what a miscue. What a miscue.
Stuart Bingham, 29.
It's all happening. As a pet hit of a professional and miscue. I mean, obviously, it could be anything like a choke on the tip. Tip going a little bit hard. But normally, it's due to a bad delivery.
Left him a tempter in the middle, but may feel it's too risky. The white's going in towards the green. That was the problem. He was bound to leave the red on. Should he miss it? So that 20-point lead, 29-point lead could evaporate very, very quickly here.
One. Pink ball. Neil Robertson won.
Just wonder whether he's left the gap in between ground and green. Can he see the red? I think he can. There it is. Not an easy pot by any stretch of the imagination, but of the two players, Stuart, I think, is in a better frame of mind at the moment than Neil. Wasn't easy, but played in such a way that he felt he couldn't leave the red.
Little wry smile there. You will have expected to have potted that one. Looks like Neil's going for this as the thin snick. Well, I don't think that was the shot. And I think he's been very lucky. Looked like Stuart was going to be coming to the table with a nice easy pot to this right centre. The one red's blocked the view. That was a thin snick that was there. No guarantees to a colour. And in goes the red. He's nicely on the black, so what a chance this is.
8. Nine.
Stuart knows this is his chance to get to be within one frame. 44 points in front, 3 reds, 3 colours.
16.
It's 7-6.
$17.
A little bit careless to have left himself straight, but the fact that the red's right over the middle pocket can just screw back on and off the cushion. You saw him take extra care there in chalking his tip, didn't you? Because he had that miscue a few moments ago.
$24. $25.
It looks like Stuart Bingham
31.
is going to claw his way back to just 1 frame behind. Still needs a couple more pots.
32.
But if you could ask him, be really shocked that he's still in this match, especially with the way it's transpired over the day. It's a testament of how hard a match player he is to still be competing in this game.
Yes, he would have really rocked his confidence
38.
how he played so early on and how many easy balls he'd missed. He'd missed more easy balls in this match than I think I've ever seen him. But he's still in there. And he's still in there with a
39.
chance of winning. Apart from the 102 break he made, he's only made 1 break of 50 in the whole match. But what a time to start scoring again, right at the business end of the tournament. Business end of the final.
$41. 42.
You heard the sigh from Stuart there as he hit that. Softer than he meant to do. Confidence is coming back.
49.
It's a worry him a little bit he's missed that easy part, but he'd be delighted to have made that break of 49 that takes him in 1 frame, but he still trails 7-6.
So we now have a proper final on our hands. Just to remind you of where Stuart Bingham was and then where he is now. I mean, earlier on he was 4-1 down and 7-3 down. There was a 4-frame margin in Robertson's favour. And now, just a 1 frame. Game on.
Yeah, and he should have been 8-4 down. But, you know, that's it. If you let somebody off the hook as good as Stuart Bingham, he'll sense any weakness in Neil Robertson. He'll have spotted that Neil Robertson was playing some negative shots at the end of that frame before the interval. And he'll know exactly what Neil Robertson's mindset is at the minute. And with the aid of Terry Griffiths, Terry will have spotted that as well. And between the two of them, they're going to come out all out attack, I think. And, you know, we're in a different situation at the match now because both players are quite near the winning post. There's a different type of pressure on both of them, and maybe we'll start to not see those rudimentary misses that we've seen all match long from Stuart Bingham. Maybe they'll disappear now because it's a different mindset for Stuart Bingham. He's looking to win the match now. It's possibly within his grasp.
Yeah, it crystallises into these final 2 frames and you maybe forget about what came earlier.
Yeah.
And again, that stat, the long pot success, 68% for Bingham, 35 for Robertson.
So you're talking sort of 2 out of 3 for Stuart and 1 out of 3 for Neil. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows the way that this game has been going in terms of Bingham's success down the table. And, you know, Robertson, you know, the shorter game has been there. But you said it's the lack of that killer instinct from Robertson. You said the negativity that he showed earlier on. He should have just gone in for the kill and just cleaned it out.
Sometimes if you're just overly careful, things go wrong. And I think that happened at the end of that frame before the interval. It was a body blow for Neil Robertson. He had the match within his grasp had he have gone into the interval 8-4. But all of a sudden it's 7-6 and now he's got a real task ahead of him.
We still can't read anything into Robertson's you know, expressions. We never can we? Do you think that Bingham has settled down, though, finally now? He seems to have got a grip of himself.
Possibly, but hey, what a big frame we've got now.
Wow.
8-6 or 7-all.
7-6, Darren, Willie. What a match now.
Yes, absolutely, Ian.
Frame 14, Stuart Bingham to break.
For sure. Stuart Bingham is feeling the better of the 2 players out there at this moment in time, even though he still trails by 1 frame. He's won the last 3. And like Dominic said, Neil Robertson played some real negative shots towards losing that bad frame. Instead of going 8-4 up, put himself right in the firing line. Going through a right dodgy spell at the moment.
Touching motion.
I think sometimes it's better off to leave the white tight on the baulk cushion rather than get the snooker because he's only going to play the same shot. Whereas if you force him to play a red, they could leave the ball on. Was never getting any advantage off that last shot, and even if it's touching ball again. Not touching this time though.
Yeah, sure. Cheers, thanks.
players at the moment reluctant to open the reds. So like most frames today, this looks like it's going to be another one of those tactical battles.
Yes, it's amazing after nearly 6 minutes of play we've still got the 15 reds almost still in the same triangle they were started with. I don't think there's been a red hit a cushion in this 6 minutes of play. There will be now though, there'll be an aggressive safety shot here surely. Just got to miss the kiss on the black on the way back though, that's the problem. Was going to be a problem that black where it was. So the first chance in frame 14 falls to Neil Bingham. Stuart Bingham, of course, not Neil. Good opening red. Nice angle on the blue. Black and pink in play. Worrying signs now for Neil Robertson.
Yes, he's confidently struck shot as he's played all day. All of a sudden, he looks like he's coming good just at the right time. Neil started this match so positively. You'd have to say he has gone negative the last couple of frames with his shot selection.
Yes, he'd like to play either of these two reds and bring other reds into play, but doesn't have the angle to do that perfectly and get onto a colour.
7.
He's under hit that by a long way. That is 10 inches short of pace. You can see the disgust in his face. The fact that the brown's off its spot though takes a little bit of pressure off this blue. Just needs to miss the front red and he'll be okay. Well, I thought he was going to be okay. I think he's just on the bottom one. Yeah, the bottom red of the pack is available. Love to get the black onto its home spot, make things a lot easier. Again short of pace.
Just having a look if he can drop the pink in, come off the side cushion for the red, the right corner. feel if he's just playing off the side cushion, that black might be in his. And he's looking at the blue. You know, here's a test. He's missed a couple of these into the middle. Pink is the ball. Just going to make sure he misses the black. Which he's done. Obviously, by doing that, it's took him a little bit further away than he would have liked to this next red. Now, this would be a bonus if the pink doesn't go on his own spot. Well, this makes this next shot a little bit more difficult now for Stuart. If the pink had gone on the black spot, it was just a normal stun. Now he's going to have to play with a little bit of pace. But again, he's played it very well. Okay, he's the wrong side of the blue. But it was a nice, crisp shot.
Now as he finished perfect on this red to be able to get onto the black. It's all about getting the black onto its own spot at the minute. It's so awkward, isn't it, to go up and down the table from blue or bought colour. Just seemed can't get on a red nice enough to get on the black at the moment.
.26.
Might well be able to bring the pink into play after this next red. Just finish on this red 3/4 ball. Nice play for the red in the middle. I think he can nudge the pink into play here and possibly have pink or black available now. What kind of angle does he have on this red in the middle? Not a great one, to be honest.
.32.
This could be a frame winner, this black, if it goes in. Could get a real big lead in this frame to level at 7-7. It's not in.
Stuart Bingham, 32.
Yes, he starts looking like he's starting to mortar. And then there's that miss again that's been prevalent all day long.
One.
If Neil was to play this blue, it's a lot thinner than he'd have liked. Might have no alternative. He's got a little angle off the green, but he'll have to be coming off the side cushion at these reds, so I think his preferred shot, if he wants to develop them, he'll have to play the blue into the right centre. Or play for the loose red towards the top cushion. Not a power needed here. I think that's in no man's land. Well, I'm saying that all the side he's had on the cue ball there, it's just flicked onto that red.
4.
But it's no good. 2 straight.
Yes, earlier on in the week he'd have been playing the blue into the pink, but just lost his way at the moment. Just trying to be ultra careful.
Black ball.
The fact that he's 27 points behind, trying to bring the black into play. Needed that white tight on the cushion though, because a telling safety shot from me, it's a massive target him behind green and brown. Stuart will be very disappointed if he doesn't find the snooker here. Just got to be careful and push a red over the corner. was a massive target. Just flicked the brown, otherwise he'd have got him. This red's on. Just over 5 hours of play. If he pots this, he'd go very close to going in off the black. The fact that he hit it too thin meant that he was more concerned about getting the white back into baulk.
I think Stuart's got a good guide here. I think he can just sneak past this green to this right side of this red. This could be close. Well, Willie, you called that shot, but one shot late.
Can you turn that phone off, please?
Okay, the snooker. Just a couple of inches short there with the cue ball. Fine. Maximum distance between both balls. Have to be careful not to catch this thick. And all day, Neil Robertson have caught these safeties thick. He's got away with it though, but he has all day, both sides of the table. Playing safe. He's always been short with the cue ball. He's looking very tentative out there, Neil Robertson, under a lot of extreme pressure. Nothing worse when a player starts clawing frames back against you, especially after you've had a commanding lead and it looks like you're going to get an early night, an early finish. Got to do it all over again. Well, I just said he's hitting everything thick, and that time he's hit one thin.
But once again, got away with it that time. 2 bits of good fortune on the trot, but still a big target. He's in behind brown and green. And even if he pushes the red over the corner, he's got the blue covering the shot as well. So there's plenty of mileage there in playing it towards the corner, forcing Neil to play an attacking safety maybe. The snooker. You can just get through the gap of the green and brown as you can see there, but play the slow top cushion first and into the red. Just gently.
Yes, I would have thought he can play off this. Thin enough, put the white in behind the yellow and the red back into the cluster. That's even better, that's behind the black. A couple of inches short, but that's not bad. He has left Neil, I think, a shot at this red to the left corner, only just, mind. And if he can get through to it, he'll be playing the pot. If he can't, obviously, well, there we are, he is. He's lining up to go for the pot. It's a struggle at the moment.
Can play an attacking safety shot here. I know he's a few points in front. He can get back in behind green and brown and bring the pink into play. Okay, he'd probably like to, the fact that he's 24 points in front, doesn't necessarily want to bring the pink into play, but is almost a certainty to get the snooker. Not playing the, he's playing around 3 cushions rather than the 2. I'm sure it would have been easier playing down the other side, but earlier on in the week Neil Robertson was potting these. Not too sure this evening.
Well, he's lining up to play safe, isn't he? He's got to watch a double case. And that's okay. A very good one. It's got Neil in a little bit of trouble here. But this game's following the same pattern. There's a lot of the others today. I think they've played 13 frames now, and at least 7 of them have been 20-minute plus frames. It's been a lot of tactical play, and you'd have to say in spasms very negative play. I think it's going to take someone, going to have to take this match by the scruff of the neck. But at the moment it's very tight.
Foul and a miss. Stuart Bingham 4. Yeah.
Oh, a little surprised he's playing it this way, playing it hard.
No, Neil, I'm just getting the line from the cushion.
I don't think it was there, was it?
What's that like?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was a bit further to the right. Not much, though.
Yeah, we can do if you want to. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to work out whether he's thinking of playing thin off the edge of the bunch or thin off the loose red.
Yeah, okay, Neil. Yeah, Stuart, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, is he playing off the loose red or is he playing off the edge of the bunch to get thin? Back into balk.
Foul and a miss.
This 8 points he's given away is not a real problem because it's essential that he doesn't hit 1/2 ball and bring reds into play. So he's looking at an alternative safety now. Done a good job this evening or today, this referee. Been impressed.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Further away, yeah. Yeah, Stuart, yeah.
Probably a quarter an inch wrong there, but it's still playing the same shot. That was always the problem, playing it that way. If he caught it half ball, he was going to leave it.
One.
Wrong side
Can you
of the
stop
blue.
shouting out while the players at the table, please?
He's going to do well to get anywhere near the next red. He's going to have to play this with loads of top and left-hand side. That's a good effort. That's about as good as he could manage, I think, from there. And he's got an angle on this red. Awkward shot, though. He's starting to look really confident, isn't he? Needs that cue ball to travel. And again, he's just short. So there's still a long way to go in this frame. Could have done with another 6 inches there with the cue ball.
It's choice now. Do you take the 5 points and play a good safety shot? Or do you put the black safe and play him behind the green and brown? The thing is, with the target of the green, brown and black, I'd take the 5 points here and then play off the edge of the pack. OK, you're opening the reds, but you're almost certain to get the snooker. Looking at the other alternative, put the black safe in behind the brown and green. Either way, it's whatever you fancy here. Would you take the 5 points, Doug?
I think I'd be putting a colour safe, but not necessarily the black, because... Well, he's going to take the 5 points, I think, and play the safety. Well, so good call. Just got to make sure he doesn't hit this too thick. But like you said, he's got a big margin of error down the bottom of the table. There's 3 balls there that he played to get behind. Just got to make sure he doesn't push the red towards the corner pocket.
Yes, it was such a massive target to get there. That's why I thought it was value in playing that shot, and he's played it to the inch. Well done.
Stuart Bingham, 12.
Looks like he's playing the same shot as the previous one, where he's trying to hit them thin and get back into balk. This could go wrong. And it has gone wrong. Now surely he hasn't got away with that. Surely he's not covered them all up. They're both having a little laugh together, and I think that he has. Wow. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? And now it's not so easy to get in behind the balk because he can't really swing it round 2 cushions off this red. Could play it really, really thin and try and... What would be in his mind is play it thin and try and kiss into the brown. That would snook him on all reds.
I don't know what you're on about, Will's looking at that. He's left him a straight plant. OK, there's a 1.5 foot behind between the both balls, but it's a dead straight plant.
I guess that's why we're in the commentary box, Darren. Right, thin as you like, kiss into the brown, perfect. Just coming round to look at that angle now. Had it the other way around. Has he missed the kiss on the yellow? If he has, it's a good shot. If he's kissed the yellow, it's a bad one.
Very good weighted shot there. If that red, one of the two, to the left of pink goes to the right corner, he can have a go at this one as a shot to nothing. Just got to make sure he misses the jaws of the corner pocket. That's what he's done. He's very close. Very close indeed. I half expected Neil Robertson to have played that shot. It was previous. And now does he go for the long one? It's a tester. And the confidence looks like it's been zapped out of him over the last couple of frames. He struck it well. Stuart Bingham that's gaining with confidence, and I think he's just far enough for the blue. What a good shot this was. So it looks like he's going to level this match up at 7 frames all.
6.
And that's just quite unbelievable with the way he's played without being disrespectful. I think he'd be first one to say. Other than a couple of frames,
7.
he's been, for his standards, very poor. But he's still in this match.
Just wonder whether this will take the pressure off Neil now. He's been well in front all day. All of a sudden now he might start to go for a few.
12.
But whatever happens now, we're going to be in for the best of 3 for this Welsh Open title.
13.
And that makes sure.
Yes, that's 4 frames on the spin for Stuart.
18.
You can't even say as well, he's absolutely buzzed these last 4 frames.
90.
They've been quite scrappy, a couple of them. But he's finding a way to win. It has to be said, he looks by far the stronger player now. More conviction
26.
in the shots that he's playing.
$33. 35.
Well, the green didn't go in. Neil Robertson must be thinking, what is going on? 4 frames ahead, it's all square, 7 all. Best of 3, as Willie said, all to play for.
Incredible stuff, isn't it? 4 frames down earlier on and now level. Just to tell you that Top Gear will follow the snooker here this evening. Can't say when that end is going to come. It could be a while yet, but Top Gear coming up after our coverage of this Welsh Open final. And, well, Stuart Bingham, he looks like the high-performance sports car at the moment, doesn't he? Because he'd now make him favourite to go on and win this. Wouldn't you?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, all through the match, he's been playing catch-up. Neil Robertson's had that 2, 3, 4 frame lead even at one stage. He was 7-3 up. Lost the last 4 frames, but It's all a battle of wits, really. It's all sort of psychology out there, because Neil Robertson's now lost 4 frames in a row. His leads evaporated. It's 7 frames all. It doesn't really matter what's happened to you. The fact is, it's 7 all. It's the first of 9, and those are the paramount thoughts that you carry forward into the next frame. And there's pressure on both players now equally. It's whoever's technique holds up under pressure, whoever plays those good pressure shots, thinks clearly, plays the right shot at the right times. All these little things that are going to make a winner.
It's getting later. You might be getting a bit tired, fatigue setting in. You're running on adrenaline. Who knows? But let's take a look at Robertson and Bingham. A failure by Robertson here, and then a success by.
Well, yes, Neil couldn't not get into this frame. He never really had a decent chance, and if that ball had gone in, you may have made him favourite for that frame, because everything was there. He never looked like winning this frame, and all of a sudden Stuart, well, we're not seeing so many easy pots missed by him now, and he's knocking in some good long pots, as he has done really all match. And that was a pressure ball for him, because if he'd have missed that and left Neil in, there'd have been a chance for Neil to win that frame and steal it, but he didn't, and it's 7-all.
And again, the anorak thing, the stats, 68%. Long pot success for Stuart Bingham, 30% long pot success for Robertson. So
yeah,
it's dropping.
It is, but yes, I mean that can all change. There are only a maximum of 3 frames left now, but I have to commend Stuart Bingham. I mean, 2 out of every 3 long pots by percentage is very good when you've played this many frames.
But with Robertson, what does that indicate though? The fact that he's just not getting these long pots, that he's going for it in the wrong way. He's too attacking, or what's he doing?
He's a very aggressive player, Neil Robertson, and the possibility is that some of the long pots he's taking on could be intrinsically more difficult than one Stuart Bingham's taking on. Possibly.
Or simply that he's
may not be as
shots he
simple as
should be
that.
putting away.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what incredible drama here at the Welsh Open then. Last year, Jogan Higgins won this final 9-7. We're going to either get that again or a 9-8. Who'd have thought that at the halfway point? All square, all to play for.
Oh, best of 3 for the Welsh Open title. Stuart certainly facially and demeanour-wise looking the better of the 2 players now. But he needs one good pot and a break from Neil, and look at his confidence back. It's drained away at the moment. And that will help his confidence. A nice easy starter.
Big miscalculation there. He's laughing to himself in the chair. He's thinking, I've done all that work, got right back into this, and I've just given him a real easy opener. First pot for Neil in over 20 minutes. And what can he do with this opportunity? He could develop a couple here. Playing this with a lot of bottom to drag through the pack.
9.
He just held back on that. He quit on that one. Decelerated instead of pushing the cue right through. So not costly at all. Yeah, just quit.
I suppose he was slightly worried about screwing back and finishing on the side cushion, but just caught that second red a little bit too thick, didn't he, as well? Really needs to get his potting boots on. He hasn't scored a break above 30 for quite some time. Frame 10 had a break of 56. And since then, in 7 frames, hasn't made a break above 30. That's why the score's 7-all.
Thanks, Neil. Thank you. Neil Robertson, 9.
That was a great effort, wasn't it? He knew that he couldn't lead. As long as he hit the near jaw rather than the far jaw, he knew that was a shot to nothing. Look how close this was. At that moment in time, I thought it was in. Then maybe just dropped to the jaw. He thought it was in as well.
You can see it now, can't you, in Stuart's face. He's fancying the job now. At this moment in time, he knows he's got Neil Robertson on the ropes, where he's been all day long. It has to be said. But he's found a way to get right back into this match. Great effort again.
Wanted the white to finish tight on the cushion near the middle pocket. Then it would have been this cut of all red, it wouldn't have been on. And it had still been on the blue, should it have gone in. He'll have not a lot of clue where the cue ball's going to finish up here, because it's going to career into the red and green. But it's finished nice.
Well.
So chance number 2 for Neil Robertson. How many will he make this time?
To be fair, Willie, that was a much better pot than what it looked. That was a lot thinner. And you can appreciate. That's probably the first one he's cued really nice for a little while.
Three. Four. Nine. 10.
You feel he really needs to make at least 30 or 40 here with this effort just to settle himself back down. I know that sounds a little bit silly to be saying that when you're 7 each in a major final. But it hasn't been a good performance the last 4 frames by him. Very edgy and negative. He's quit on that one again there. That cue ball should have been 4 or 5 inches further to the left.
15.
He's hampered cueing now. That was such a bad shot.
Want to re-spot it, so. No.
Just hoping that the blue won't go onto its own spot, because he played such a poor shot.
Okay.
Hampered queuing. Can get on the black, but he'll be running away should he get onto the black. He'll be running away from the pack, and he's missed it. Oh, you're kidding.
16.
Oh. Any harder, that wouldn't have gone in. He was up, thought he'd missed it. Delighted it's gone in, because the red next to the pink will pot on the right hand corner, so as long as it is hard enough. And the bottom red pots as well.
23.
Well, he won't get a better chance to get a sizable break than this. Like I say, he hasn't since frame 10 made
24.
a break above 30. And as long as it doesn't hit the red full in the face, the one at the back of the bunch of 5, he's going to split them far and wide. But if it's at full ball, he might not get on anything. Oh, goodness me. That is very, very, very unfortunate.
Yes, he needed to have just caught that one a little bit fuller in the face, but like you said, he was unfortunate. He had a lot of run early on this afternoon. Well, where did that one come from?
32.
And again, he hasn't got a favourable kiss. What a great long pot this was. He hasn't made many today. That's going to be the little roll up. That's such an hard shot on these tables. He's having an anxious look to see if he's left him a pathway through to this red down towards the black. He's okay though.
Too sure whether he can hit this thin enough to get in behind the brown, but if he can, that's what he'll be playing. Yeah, couldn't quite hit it thin enough. At the moment, Neil Robertson must be thinking he's in sand dunes, or did I say sand? I meant quicksand. The way this match is getting away from him. Yes, it can get you like that, can't it, when you can't seem to know what to do next. He still looks pretty okay facially. He must be going through really bad thoughts. The way that he's... it was all about that, the 12th frame, wasn't it? You know, when he should have gone 4 frames in front. 8-4 instead of 7-5. And that... Oh, has the red gone in? Can you believe it? That looked sure to go. Give Stuart a chance to win the frame at one visit there, even though he's 41 points behind. Boy, what a time to get a fluke.
Yes, but it makes up for him going through the pack earlier, I suppose. So, oh, what? Stuart must be mortified, sitting in his chair watching that. He'd have thought that was his first chance to come in, to go ahead in this match. Unbelievable.
I suppose the only saving grace for Stuart is the fact there's no colour on. 42 points in front, maybe decided to put the blue or brown safe. I don't know whether those 2 reds that are near to the right of the pink spot are a plant. I don't think he's looked at those. Neil's going to, sorry, Stuart's going to come round and have a look. No, they're not. Might go very close to making the plant if he decides to play white back into baulk from those two reds. Needs that red to slow down, otherwise he's left a cut on, which he has.
Well, real nervy from Neil Robertson. It's real drama here. Before he played that shot, you could have heard a pin drop in the auditorium. So it's a chance for Stuart Bingham now. He's a long way behind.
One.
And after this blue, there's 4 reds out in the open. You'd expect him to get high value colours with it. Or with them, I should say. He should be right back in this frame.
6.
If he'd have had the angle there on this red to move the red off the cushion, he probably would do, but he hadn't got the angle, so he needs to make sure he gets top side of the blue this time.
Seven.
With him being right-handed, if he got directly behind the red that's tight on the cushion in 6 or 7 shots time, because he wouldn't have to do a lot with the red, he could just stun it down the cushion and play the pink in the middle. And obviously green and brown are in Robertson's favour as well. So the key thing is get back into the frame, don't consider winning it at this visit.
$12. 13.
How can he get an angle on the red to bring the other red into play and running through this blue? Not necessarily going to play it, but it's an option. He does have that angle if he wants to do it, but if he gets a bad kiss, of course, people would be saying, well, why is he trying to move the red from the red? He's trying to make a decision. Do I risk playing the half-ball cannon on the red on the cushion, or do I just play to get on the black? Depends what kind of frame of mind you're in. Looks like he's just playing the roll through.
19.
He did play the half-ball cannon. He didn't really commit to it. If he was going to play the cannon, surely he plays it harder. Now can he drop this in and finish tight on the cushion? Then he can move the red out. Oh dear. That was a little bit twitchy, I'm afraid.
19.
It shows you what pressure can do to you. Final of a major tournament, a chance to get right back into the frame, just cue right across that.
Yes, Willie, and I got to be fair, the way he's left this as well. Earlier in the match, he'd be playing to pot this red and move the red off the side cushion. The same as what Stuart had in his mind, I'm sure.
One.
Well, you can't help but think that, again, that was a negative shot. The black's right over the corner pocket, and he is going to need that last red.
Totally agree with you, Darren, honestly. Okay, he might still win this frame. He's obviously a strong favourite to do that. He's going to get an easy snooker here, I would think, but Why he wouldn't try to move the red in over the middle pocket there, knowing the black's sitting there for him.
8.
Did exactly the same thing as this in the 8th frame, ended up losing it. Obviously, big odds on to win this frame. But you never know. If Stuart hits this red, gets it safe.
8.
Could be a different story.
One.
What a relieved Neil Robertson this will be. Having lost 4 frames on the trot, he stopped the rot. Didn't do it in one visit, but the key thing was he did it.
3. 5. Neil Robertson.
Now 3 snookers required, and bar no snookers, it'll be Robertson who takes an 8-7 lead.
Cheers, Stuart, thanks. Three. Stuart Bingham, 3. Four.
This is a good effort.
Stuart Bingham, 4. foul. Stuart Bingham 5.
Now down to 2 snookers required. One snooker to tie now. Now if he gets glued on the black, we could be in for a... Oh, I was going to say could be in for some twitty times. Now obviously Neil will play the slow roll up pink right in the jaws of the pocket. Stuart just looking up to the commentary box with a wry smile. Oh, that's not played very well. This is a chance to get in behind the black again here. Decided it was this tip tapping around wasn't helping his cue action, so he tried to pot that at speed. He might leave the pink in the middle of the table here, but it's key to try and get in behind that black again here. The pink was always going to stay in the middle. How's the weight? Good effort. Trying to knock the black safe. Excellent safety shot. Oh, what an effort this is. What an effort this is. Very well played. He's a little unlucky. He's pushed the pink in a position where he can play off 2 cushions and get... If that pink had been kind of 3 or 4 inches off the cushion, there was room around the back of it. He couldn't, could he? Could we have the first respot of the final? Very good. His heart would have been in his mouth there. Now, if Stu plays it really thin on the left-hand side as the pink as we look, he can get him behind the black again. And he's playing it a different way. A lot more difficult playing it that way. Just coming around to see if he can get in behind the pink here, leave the white where the pink is. He can't get a snooker here, but it's key to leave plenty of distance between cue ball and object ball and obviously get the pink safe. So loads the right hand side, him behind, shove the pink up the other end of the table, leave the white this end. Well, played it direct. There's no chance of winning off here if he tries to pot the pink, so he can go all out for this pink. With the off not being on, I can't understand why he's not played that pacey. He's definitely sliding off that first cushion on that shot. Done remarkably well to get back into this frame. Okay, still needs a snooker, 1-2 snooker to tie, but needed 4 at one time. Oh, what a good effort that was, but that's surely end of frame. Well, relieved Neil Robertson goes 1 up with 2 to play. Neil Robertson goes in front again, this time by 8 frames to 7, just needs 1 more.
So there we go, he's got one last chance, Stuart Bingham, to keep things alive. Robertson 1 frame away from the Welsh Open title. Just a reminder that Top Gear, the new series, is coming up after our coverage of this final. How do you see it now? I mean, the nerves in that frame really kicking in, weren't they?
Yes, well, you can imagine it now because both players are so close, they're tantalisingly close to getting their hands on the trophy. There's a lot of pressure out there, and I think all the shots that we saw Stuart Bingham missing throughout this match, they'll be missed for different reasons now. It's the pressure of the situation because of the match score. He's 8-7 down now, so he's got to win the remaining 2 frames to get his hands on the trophy. It's going to be tough. But
I'm going to show you a miss by Bingham, but first a miss by Robertson here.
Yeah, this was... He had a good lead in the frame. This was a chance to put the frame to bed earlier on, but the balls were in a good position for Neil at that point. They weren't great, and he had that useful lead. The brown was safe, the green was safe. Well, this is an awkward shot. You're rolling a shot like this. Stuart would have known within half a second of that cue ball being struck that he'd have missed that black. He knew straight away he didn't cue through it straight.
Could see that he gave up on it, didn't he, straight away?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
But then, you know, Neil's got a chance to pot the red and develop the awkward one later on in that frame to win the frame, and he refused it. And then we had a frame very similar in the end to the one before the interval, which Neil ended up losing. But luckily for him, he didn't lose that one.
And that game of cat and mouse there towards the end of that frame, it was a brilliant snooker by Bingham, wasn't there? You know, all to no avail, but this was great stuff.
I think in the tactical department, I think Stuart Bingham's a bit more savvy than Neil Robertson is. He seems to know the game better. Plays the right shots. Some of the shots Neil Robertson plays for me, he lets his opponent back in when maybe they shouldn't be allowed back in.
What, too impulsive?
No, I just think, again, I've mentioned this in commentary earlier in the week, you know, Neil being from Australia probably didn't learn the game and have the amateur background that we did as British players, where we learnt the game inside and out from our peers, basically. You learnt the hard way from your own errors, and it cost you matches. Maybe Neil didn't have the same grounding, and like so many players, the Chinese in particular, they do most of their learning when they're on the tour over here.
Well, you know, I know it's a school night and everything, but do stay with us. Don't go to bed just yet, because we've got, you know, another frame, maybe 2 to come.
Another 3 hours.
Yeah, another 3 hours. We hope not. But, I mean, you know, tiredness has got to be a factor now, hasn't it, for these players? I mean, this match started nearly 10 hours ago.
Yes, they'll be shattered tomorrow, but the adrenaline will be kicking in. The excitement of the situation, they won't be remotely tired at the moment, but come tomorrow they will be. One of them will be.
Yeah, they'll be feeling it tomorrow, there's no doubt. Nearly 6 hours of actual match action, but as you say, you're running on adrenaline at the moment. Yeah, I mean,
it's been a tremendous match, though, hasn't it? You know, and let's just hope it's not won or lost on a fluke or something like that. But well, you know, Neil's had that 4-frame lead. It evaporated. He's got his lead back. He's a single frame away now from the title. So, well, let's see how he deals with that situation.
Indeed. Let's go back in and find out. The crowd are getting excited.
Thank you.
Is he going to see it out? But it's Bingham to break
16.
to keep himself in the match.
Stuart Bingham to break.
Yes, couldn't agree more, and I'm feeling sorry for my co-commentator and friend Dominic Dale. He's got to go to Cannock in the morning to play in a qualifier for China. He's leaving about 4:30 in the morning. I'm not sure what hotel he's in, whether he's in the Crest Hotel or the one just across the road, but he's not going to be spending much time in his bed.
Well, a great pot from Neil. Hasn't potted one of those all evening. Now, if he plays this plain ball, I think he could kiss the outside red. Now, if he could just drift by that front red next to the left of the pink and kiss that last red full ball, it'd be perfect. That's what he's played. A very good effort. Just not quite caught it full ball. He would have been on the red next to the black if he did.
6.
What a good shot. And when you think of the balls he's missed over the last couple of frames, it's amazing how the mindset changes. He scraped over the line in that last frame, but all of a sudden now you can see the look of determination on Neil Robertson's face.
Yeah, the blue was a really good shot, wasn't it? You knew that cannon was on. Whatever happens, you'd fancy him to get a 20 or 30 point lead from here at least, probably a few more.
10.
If it was early on in the match, you'd expect him to get more than that, but there's a bit of tension out there now. But so far, so good. Little cannon into the edge of the pack, bring 3 more reds into play, still stay on the red above the black. Doesn't have to, just a gentle cannon. Well, I don't know why he's not played the cannon there, but there we are, he's on the loose red. He's going to have to play the cannon after the next shot, so why not the previous one?
$90.
And now, as you can see, he doesn't have an angle to play a cannon. You see the likes of Sullivan and Trump, the game's great break builders. I mean, Robertson is undoubtedly one of the game's great break builders, but he missed a trick there. Looking at the red at the edge of the pack, will it pot in the middle? He's reluctant to play the run through and play the red along the cushion. Earlier on in the week, we were playing those reds in on the top cushion. Decided he's going to play for the one into the green pocket, the one that's loose at the left of the pack.
$26.
There hasn't been a frame in this match where the opponent has not scored at least a point, so either player's had a chance to win the frame. That's a great pot.
27.
See, now he's got a cannon, and it might not get onto a red, whereas the previous shot he had to go into them. He's bound to be on a red. This time he's going to hope he pushes one towards the middle pockets. And he's got one towards the corner as well. Great split, great shot. This could be frame and match.
Yes, and look how positive he played that, Willie. Just didn't mess about once the red went in the green pocket. Straight down on that black. And I think that's what's been missing in that little period of them 3 or 4 frames he lost. He lost himself a little bit and got a bit negative and bogged down. All of a sudden, he's got the stride on again.
35.
Didn't play that as well as he would have liked. He played the choice of pink or blue and on neither. He's still fancying the pot, whichever one he tries to take on. has left himself a little bit more to do than he wanted to. And the reds are perfect for a counter-attack should he miss. This, I think, is the last chance for Stuart Bingham. This is a tricky
41.
red, playing it very, very slow. May decide to play it firm and go around the back of the black for the black in the opposite corner. Yeah, that takes the
42.
pressure off that last shot a little bit more. Looking good, isn't he? What a fight back Stuart Bingham's put in from 4 frames behind. He's made this final exciting. It now looks like Neil Robertson is in a position to take frame and match at this visit.
50.
Yes, and he's motoring now. This is the fastest he's played all match, to be fair to him, in the most important frame for him. Normal service looks like it's been resumed.
Yes, these top players do have a way of really smelling blood when they get in the balls in the frame to win the final.
57.
And this is by far and away his best break for quite some time. Frame 10 was the last time he made a break of 50 or above. And in the crucial 16th frame, it looks like he's going to make a frame match winning break that could be very big. Just gathering himself. He knows he's only a few shots away now from winning this final.
$63.
It's been a great effort from Stuart. He's played so poorly early on in this match and somehow clawed his way back into it. He knows now that the final is gone out of his reach. 2 shots away.
64.
What a time to play your best snooker. Been really struggling the second half of this match.
70.
But he knows now he's won.
$75. 76.
This will be Neil Robertson's 15th ranking title of his career.
83.
No century to finish, but a fabulous break from Neil Robertson. Been a little bit of a struggle today, but what a great finish to a super match. Stuart Bingham congratulating Neil Robertson, and Neil Robertson goes out a very worthy winner in fairness by 9 frames to 7.
Well, Stuart, commiserations, but you played your part in what turned into an epic final here. I mean, how are you feeling?
Yeah, gutted. It weren't a Classico as everyone was all made up to be. We both struggled. I had my chances. Obviously got back to 7-all there from 7-2, 7-3, and he obviously got lucky. Fluked to ball, left it right in the balls. Obviously, I think he played safe from it, but to sort of get back into it, just absolutely gutted. Just gutted. I sort of didn't really turn up today, but that's the way it goes. That's sport. I'd have took the final coming here, but well done to Neil. He said I was a better player, but he won, so fair play to him.
I mean, you were 4 frames down at one point. Did you think that one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen was on?
Yeah, I'd say I was fighting. No one could take that away from me. I was just sort of, I'm a fighter, and it weren't happening today, and I still got it back. Well played to the crowd. They've always been brilliant here at the Welsh Open, at Newport and Cardiff. They've been fantastic all the time. So well done.
Well, very gracious of you, Stuart. You've had a great week as well, 11 centuries. I mean, you know, you don't want to lose in the final, but you must have enjoyed the week nonetheless.
Yeah, of course. Always enjoy coming to the Welsh Open. So I got some good memories back in '99 when my first tournament I ever qualified for. So, and it was in this building. So yeah, to get beat obviously 9-7 in the final, it's one of those things.
Well, commiserations, ladies and gentlemen. Your runner-up, Stuart Bingham. Neil, many congratulations. You won this title 12 years ago. What took you so long?
Well, rampaging Ronnie O'Sullivan a couple of years ago in the final. Yeah, just an amazing end to the match. I felt as though we both didn't quite play as well as what we have done getting to the final, but I think that Stuart, he was a better player because he created all the openings in the first session, especially. I think if he didn't miss a few easy balls, then he probably would have had the 5-3 lead. And yeah, I just had to try and hang in. The safety he was playing was just incredible. I just never had an answer for it. He shut out my long game. He never let me attempt any kind of long balls, even off his break off, until the very last frame there. When the opportunity came, I had to go for it and just and go for the match. And yeah, I can't believe the way I've won it, because obviously I had a good chance to go 8-4, and yeah, it would have been sort of heartbreaking to lose from that position. So.
Yeah, because you were what, 4-1 up? You were 7-3 up. What were you thinking when that man over there pulled it back to 7-7?
Well, I know what Stuart's like. I mean, you know, when his back's against the wall, he's one of the hardest players to put away. You know, you never beat him easy in big situations, semi-finals, finals. He always gives it his all, and you know, just great credit to him. He's a wonderful champion, a wonderful player. You know, he's a top bloke as well. He really is. And yeah, I'm just so happy that the crowd sort of stuck around and could see such a great final. You know, because there were so many close frames as well that went back and forth. And yeah, I'm just over the moon. Yeah, late night for a lot of people here, and just the way you've done it, absolutely the way you've done it as well. It's been memorable, hasn't it? You've got a 147 earlier in the week. It's been you've played some great snooker as well. Yeah, well, when I made the 147, most of the crowd left, so everyone stuck around. They learnt their lesson. Yeah, it's just, overall, to make a 147 and to win an event, doesn't happen very often. So yeah, just, an amazing experience. Miller and I have got a baby girl coming in 4 weeks' time, so. Alexander's in Norway for the school holiday, so he couldn't be here today, but love you, buddy, and yeah, I'll see you in a couple of days. A memorable few weeks for you then, and I mean, finally, you fancy a crack at the world title now in April? Yeah, of course. It's it seems like such a long time ago, 2010, and I've never really put myself in a good position to have a crack at it, apart from making the semis like 4 or 5 years ago. So I just need to push on from this now. To win multiple events in one season is a great effort, but I need to push on. I need to try and get another world title. Well, many congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, your 2019 Welsh Open champion, Neil Robertson.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome your presentation party, the chairman of the WPBSA, Mr. Jason Ferguson, and with him, a true Welsh snooker legend. 4 years ago this year, he became the champion of the world, Terry Griffiths. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up, collecting the runners-up medal, prize winnings of £30,000, Stuart Bingham. And now your winner, collecting the Ray Reardon Trophy, prize money of £70,000 and the title of ManbetX Welsh Open Champion 2019, Neil Robertson!
So there we go, Neil Robertson winning the Welsh Open title for the second time, 12 years after he got his hands on that trophy for the first time. And also, he goes up to 8th in the world rankings. Special moment for him. Was it the right result, Dominic, do you think, in the end? I mean, I know that he admitted he didn't play his best snooker tonight, but overall, did he deserve that?
I think so. I mean, he was right in what he said. Stuart Bingham created all the chances early on, and had he not missed so many easy balls to allow Neil Robertson to get back in and take that first interval lead at 5-3, it could have been a different story. But hey, the way he won that last frame there, how on earth? What a performance. I mean, Stuart Bingham was broken off, and for him to sit in the chair and think that's his last shot was unthinkable. It was a tremendous long pot from Neil Robertson. He'd been struggling with that department of the game all day and wins a frame a match. What a way to go out as a winner.
Stuart Bingham as well. I mean, he's played his part this week, hasn't he? I mean, he's got 11 centuries. I mean, it's been a good week for him.
A magnificent week, and he's been ultra consistent, really. I actually thought going into the final he had every chance of beating Neil Robertson. It was just, a series of so many easy missed pots, inexplicable missed pots from him, and he'll be disappointed about that. But I mean, still, in spite of that, it was a tremendously hard-fought final, very, very close, and it was difficult to call a winner at the end.
Well, there he is, Neil Robertson, celebrating that success, signing all.